Hello there. I'm the interpreter.
Hi, thanks. Welcome. I'll connect with you in the chat.
Okay.
Live streams are posted and Steve, you're set to begin at 1 p.m.
Good afternoon, everybody. As chair of the commission, I call this meeting of the Michigan Independent Citizens Redistricting Commission to order. This Zoom commission meeting is being live streamed to YouTube. For anyone in the public watching who would prefer to watch via a different platform than they are currently using, please visit our social media at Redistricting MI to find the link for viewing on other platforms. Our live stream today includes closed captioning. We have ASL interpretation available for this meeting. If you would like easier viewing options for the ASL interpreter on your screen, please email us at redistricting@michigan.gov and we will provide you with additional viewing options. Similarly, if you would like access to translation services during the meeting, please email us at redistricting@michigan.gov for details on how to access language translation services available for this meeting. Translation services are available for both Spanish and Arabic. Please email us and we will provide you with a unique link and call-in information. This meeting is being recorded and will be available at redistrictingmichigan.org for viewing at a later date. This meeting is also being transcribed and those transcriptions will be made available and posted on redistrictingmichigan.org along with written public comment. Members of the media who may have questions before, during, or after the meeting should direct those questions to Communications and Outreach Director Edward Woods III at woodse3@michigan.gov. For purposes of the public record and for members of the public watching, I will now request the Department of State staff to take note of the members and commissioners present. Sally.
Good afternoon, commissioners. When I call your name, if you could please unmute yourself and indicate the location, the city or county that you are attending remotely from. Doug Clark.
Present, and I am remotely attending the meeting from Rochester Hills, Michigan.
Juanita Curry,
Present, and I'm remotely attending the meeting from Detroit, Michigan.
Anthony Eade,
Present, remotely attending from Wayne County.
Brittany Kellum,
Present and attending the meeting from Wayne County.
Rhonda Lang,
Present, attending remotely from Reed City.
Steve Lett,
Present, and I'm attending from Lee County, Florida.
Cynthia Orton,
Present, attending remotely from Battle Creek, Michigan.
MC Rothhorn,
Present, attending remotely from Lansing, Michigan.
Rebecca Zatella,
Present, attending, excuse me, present, attending remotely from Wayne County, Michigan.
Janice Villette,
Present, attending remotely from Highland, Michigan.
Aaron Wagner,
Present, attending remotely from Charlotte, Michigan.
Richard Weiss,
Present and attending remotely from Saginaw, Michigan.
and Dustin Witches.
I am present and I am attending from Ann Arbor, Michigan.
All commissioners are present.
Thank you. Give me a minute. Now, there. Everybody can see me and hear me, right? Okay, sorry about that. The new state computer is a little problematic. Okay, do we have public comment today, Sally?
No, we do not.
Okay. For those of you who have not previously joined us, I have a few comments on how to conduct our public comment portion of these virtual meetings. Because this is a virtual meeting, members of the public have to sign up in advance in order to address the commission. If you sign up, you will have 2 minutes to speak to us. Public comment sign-up links are posted on Redistricting Michigan social media pages on Facebook and Twitter at Redistricting MI. You can email our office at redistricting@michigan.gov. If you would like to submit your thoughts or comments to the commission, you may do that by email to redistricting@michigan.gov, and they will be provided to the commission and the commissioners. Next, we will look at the agenda for adoption of the agenda. Are there any additions, deletions, or corrections on the agenda? Not seeing any. I would entertain a motion to approve the agenda as presented. Ron?
Do we have to move to extend it an hour? Do we have to do that motion?
I'll defer to our general counsel, I guess.
Mr. Chair, good afternoon. The meeting time is listed at 5 o'clock for adjournment. So if you adopt the agenda as presented, that would be incorporated. Thank you.
So I'll take Rhonda as a motion to adopt the agenda. Dustin, did you have a comment or did you want to second?
I'll second it.
Okay. All in favor of the agenda as presented, raise your hand, please. That is adopted. Next, review and approval of the minutes. Those were provided previously. Are there any corrections to the minutes? Any additions or deletions? Hearing none, I would entertain a motion to adopt the minutes as presented.
So moved.
Dustin moved, second. MC second, I saw first. All in favor of the minutes, raise your hand. They are adopted. Any correspondence that we should be aware of to make specific comment? I noticed that there were a number of people corresponding with us since last Thursday. Sue, any specific ones you want to bring to our attention?
I did forward one piece of correspondence that we received from Dane County Planning and Development in Madison, Wisconsin. If you'd like, I can work with the Michigan Department of State to address their questions. It's in regards to systems for collecting public input. And then there was also a piece of correspondence that came from the Delta Sigma Theta sorority, asking about our plans for VRA legal counsel, and that will be handled on our agenda today.
Okay. Any other commissioner wish to bring any specific piece of correspondence to our attention or comment on? Okay. I
did have a question. I had this happen twice now, where after a meeting, someone who was watching find me on Facebook and asks me a question, and I just kind of sort of refer them to our website and how they can get in contact and email those types of questions to us. Is that what I should be doing? I would imagine so.
I think that's an appropriate procedure. I think the ones that I've gotten, I haven't gotten any in quite some time now. I think I responded that I would submit it to the commission, put it in the public record. I did not respond back with an answer.
Got it.
I would say that there were a number of correspondence about where we're picking to go have meetings. Number one, it's not a final list, so it's not cast in stone yet. And there are a number of items that we need to consider when we pick these sites. And we are continuing to look at them, and we'll continue to do so. And I would imagine we'll continue to do so until we have had all the meetings. We may add some, but for those in the public, there are several things that we need to consider in this time of COVID. And that number one is we need a fairly large venue in order to have people spread out. And our other goal, at least, is to have them not necessarily in the population centers, but in locations in which it's relatively close kind of to everybody. And I know that that's an impossibility, but at least we're trying. So keep that in mind for us. But we're open to your suggestions, that's for sure. Executive Director's Report. Sue.
Good afternoon again, commissioners. It was so exciting to meet many of you in person this week after each of your photo sessions. So thanks for all the time that you spent doing that, also reviewing the materials for today's meeting, and also in your continuing work on behalf of the commission. Because our agenda is so full, I will have General Counsel Pastula and Communications and Outreach Director Woods share more about their areas of expertise and their reports. I'm excited that we'll have two segments of continuing education today. Thanks to Matt Grossman and his staff for assembling the Voting Rights Act panel from whom we'll hear. And also thanks to Colleen Mathis, the commissioner from the 2019 Arizona Redistricting Commission, and Ray Blading, their executive director, for sharing some of their learnings with us. The Line Drawing Proposal Review Committee met on Tuesday, and I want to thank Commissioner Witches for chairing this committee, and Commissioners Wagner and Lett for serving on this committee. You'll receive their recommendations regarding the firms to be invited to give presentations to the commission next week. As was discussed last week too, I will also provide recommendations for the process to solicit bids for Voting Rights Act legal counsel. And Edward will facilitate discussion regarding marketing plans and proposed hearing locations. I have provided resolution 2021-0205 as a follow-up to last week's meeting. And and it's just for your information, but it was in regards to the appointment of Commissioner Curry and alternate Commissioner Zatella in regards to media releases. So moving right along, I want to go forward to doing our icebreaker today. And our question is, what is your greatest lesson learned from your parents? So give us a little window into what you learned as you were growing up. Who would like to start today? I saw Doug's hand. Thank you, Doug.
Yeah, I'll start. I think the greatest lesson that I learned from my parents was that if you're going to go do something, do it right. You know, don't do a half of a job. Do a complete job, and even more if possible. So, lesson learned.
Very, very good lesson. Richard, how about you?
I would have to agree with Doug. I think my dad always said, do it the best you can to your abilities and do it right.
Great. How about you, Dustin?
I'd have to say two things. Never give up on what it is that you want to achieve. And two, measure twice, cut once.
Okay. It's a good one. It's a good one. Rhonda, how about you?
Well, I came from a divorced household, so I have two. From my father, I would say he taught me to treat everybody with respect, but not let people walk all over you and stand your ground. And from my mother, being a single parent, I learned that nobody in this world owes you anything. And if you want something, you get off your rear and you work hard for it. So that's what I learned from them.
So you got double lessons. That's great.
Double lesson.
Rebecca, how about you?
Yeah, my parents were kind of hardcore about no matter what happens and no matter how hard you get knocked down, you get back up and you keep fighting. So I would say that's what they taught me.
Okay. Good lessons. How about you, Cynthia?
I just have to say strong work ethic.
Okay. Yep, very important to the commission. Erin, how about you?
I would say treat others the way you want to be treated. And if you're not going to put in the effort, you're not going to reap the reward.
Oh, both very good lessons. Thank you. Janice, how about you?
My parents were products of the Depression. So they taught me not to be wasteful, to repair, fix things, patch it. I used to watch my dad straighten nails to reuse them. So unfortunately, that's not something we can all do right now. A lot of stuff is just basically throw away, and it's actually cheaper to buy new, which is unfortunate.
Thank you, Janice. Interesting lessons from your parents. How about you, MC?
I would offer from my dad, I learned patience and the value of patience. And from my mom, I think from her mother too. So my grandmother, the value of sharing food, like sharing food together and what that means.
Good lessons. Thank you. Anthony.
So this is something I've reflected on for a minute now, and I think my experiences growing up are probably pretty similar to other first generation Americans whose parents immigrated here. But my parents are in the gas station business over in Farmington Hills and Waterford, and I started working there at the stores when I was like 9 or 10 years old. So, it gave me an appreciation for hard work and knowing the value of a dollar.
Those are very good lessons learned. Juanita, what would you like to share today?
Gee, I've been thinking about that. We were taught so many things. To respect adults, the older people, and to love family life and we had to respect our parents and everybody else's parents. So that's one thing I always remembered when I was small.
Good life lessons. Brittany, how about you?
So I think I was trying to just simplify the lessons that I've learned from, growing up, but there were some core values that don't really outrank the other. Integrity was a big one. You say what you mean what you say. I would walk out the house in the mornings going to school and they would say, "You're a Kellum girl, you represent the Kellum, no matter no matter if we're there or not." And along with that, a heavy focus on excelling in academics, not necessarily outshining the peers, though in my family, it's like that's natural that will happen, but to really, really do your best, similar to Juanita, this respect for community, elders, and storytelling. And then I will also say having fun. I grew up in a family where we always had fun, even now. So those were the core lessons of the Kellum family.
Great lessons learned. Thanks for sharing.
No
Steve, how about
problem.
you? Steve, how about you?
Well, I would say that the lessons I learned from my father and my mother, basically from observation, was to be patient. Don't get overly excited about anything. And something that I've always said because of learning to be patient is, if you're not dead, you have a chance.
Okay, I think we all do. Thanks for sharing that. Edward, would you like to share with us today?
Thanks, Sue. I would say education was something that was very valued in our family's household. My father ran the adult education program for the state and was the first one where people would get their GEDs. It used to be at night school, but he saw a need for it to happen for those from first shift, second shift, third shift, and just making sure that access to education is important, but also celebrating education. I can remember seeing a grandmother, a mother, and a daughter all graduate from the same time as a result of that. So that was something that was just really cool. So valuing education, but also valuing the dignity of all men and women. Thank you.
Great lessons. Thank you for sharing. And Julianne?
Yes, thank you. I also was thinking and reflecting on this, and it's very hard to pick. And I would agree with a lot of the comments about hard work and ethics and kindness particularly. But I think my parents really a love of learning, a love of books, and communicating with people. And I'm lucky enough to still be learning from my mother. So I think I still have a lot to learn in that regard. Thank you.
Thanks, Julianne. And I think reflecting on the many lessons I learned from my parents, I think the largest one I learned was to be honest and have integrity. And I didn't learn this from what they told me. I learned this from observing them. So they definitely walk the walk in their lives. And I'm really blessed to have parents that taught all the kids in my family to have integrity and always be honest in everything you do. So thank you so much for sharing this morning. And Steve, back to you.
Thank you, everybody. Thank you. General Counsel report, Julianne.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Good afternoon, commissioners and everyone on the Zoom meeting. I'm looking forward to today's meeting, and I know it's a very full agenda, so I'll keep my remarks very brief. First, I wanted to address any potential confusion surrounding the closed session issue. The MICRC has not proposed going into closed session for any line drawing or redistricting activities and has no plans to go into closed session for any reason in the near future. In the absence of precedents, the issue of holding a closed session would need to be addressed at the proper time, but it is not being addressed at this time. Secondly, I wanted to provide a subsection 11 reminder based on questions I've been receiving about communications regarding redistricting matters. These communications are permitted between individuals within the redistricting bubble. We're going to go back to the bubble concept. So the subsection 11 does not operate as a restriction on communications between individual commissioners, but again, be sensitive to quorum issues. And it is not a restriction on communication between commissioners and your staff, because we're all within the bubble. The subsection 11 restrictions is on restrictions with members of the public outside of an open meeting of the MICRC. So individuals within the redistricting bubble are prohibited from discussing redistricting matters with members of the public. That includes individuals or members or representatives of outside entities. I would like to note, while this is a broad prohibition, there is an exception that commissioners may communicate on redistricting matters with members of the public to gain information relevant to the performance of duties only if the communication occurs in writing or at a previously publicly noticed forum or town hall open to the general public. So again, Dustin's example, when people were reaching out to him to direct them to the website, and in the near future, the public comment tool, is appropriate. So those, I wanted to make sure that those reminders, again, that we're not prohibited from discussing within the bubble. The prohibition is on communications outside of the bubble. And lastly, the next 3 items to expect from me is a writing on the census issues, the records retention policy, as well as the conflicts of interest policy. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Julianne. Communications and Outreach Director, Edward.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to thank each and every member of the commission for their support on Tuesday and Wednesday as relates to the photos, as well as the video recording. Sue echoed that a little earlier. It was nice meeting you, and I'm getting that information. We are trying to build up our communications and promotional materials for our website and for our promotional materials we want to get out to the public. So that was a huge step with regards to that. I want to also express appreciation to Bill Phillips, Tim Burke, and Susan Martin with the Michigan Department of Transportation, and Walter Marshall with the Michigan Department of State, as well as Sarah Reinhardt for coordination and helping us out with that process. So I just want to make sure we were sure about that. As you know, we're having our outreach effort to local governments starting in March. A little bit earlier today, within the last hour or so, you should have received a PowerPoint from me, as well as a PDF from me. The PowerPoint is the actual presentation, and the PDF provides the talking points. If you're looking at an Apple device, you might have a problem with one of the slides on the PowerPoint, but I can assure you that it is there. So just want to make sure you know that. If you have any questions, if you would like to do some coaching, send me an email. More than happy to help you one-on-one at a time of your choice tomorrow. But at this point, we have 69 municipalities that have signed up. Our goal is 100, so we're not out of the woods yet. But just want to say thank you for signing up and getting the information. There's some more to do, and some of you will be getting phone calls from me, because I want to make sure we give everyone an opportunity to present. If you are aware of some cities or townships that have not signed up, please let me know, because it's still not too late to get them on the list. That's all I have at this time. I have some presentations a little bit later in the agenda, but thank you once again for your support and cooperation.
Thank you, Edward. And I would congratulate you also in keeping this herd of commissioners going in one direction to get the picture taken. And the state people did an excellent job. They even made me look good. MDOS update. Sally, do you have an update for us that hasn't anything to do with a computer?
Good afternoon, everyone. No formal update from the Department of State this week, although I know you all have your computers hopefully by now. So if you encounter any issues, don't hesitate to reach out as always.
Oh, I have issues.
Well, don't hesitate to reach out, Mr. Chair.
Well, I've got the guy's name that helped me. I've already called him 5 times. So
great.
Okay. Unfinished business. Julianne, you're back up according to my schedule.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Let me share my screen. In the beginning, we are returning to the procurement review policy. This has been revised based on the meeting of the commission last week. Specifically regarding the emergency contract provision, I submitted a memo to the commission dated February 22nd with the updated draft. So the emergency contracts, based on the discussion regarding checks and balances and other issues raised, this is the updated proposed language. So while it acknowledges that it would be a rare occurrence, it confines the ability to make emergency procurements to the executive director only, and it defines what an exigent circumstance would be. So putting some of those parameters. You'll notice that the threshold, the dollar threshold, is still blank. There's some discussion as whether to take it out or leave it in. So I thought that was the most appropriate way to capture that information at this time. The next change would be additional checks and balances for the commission to consider. And those would be, again, in regard to the emergency procurement proposed provision, that it could only be utilized during the actual circumstance. There would need to be an analysis of whether it can be procured from an existing contract or a vendor with a current relationship. The report to the commission would occur via email as soon as possible. And it would be required to be an agenda item at the commission's next regular meeting with a report from the executive director detailing the specific conditions and circumstances, the basis for selection of the vendor, and whether it would be a one-time procurement or transition to the competitive bid process. The procurement contract would need to be submitted to the commission within 2 weeks from the date of the emergency procurement. The only other change to the proposed policy would be to capture the concern raised if 3 informal bids were not required. This would be found under section 5B4. And the additional language would be that the executive director may directly solicit additional bids so that a minimum of 3 bids are considered for emergency contracts. The options for discussion I'd like to present today is for the commission to decide whether to include or exclude the proposed emergency provision. If it is included, whether to set a financial threshold and to accept or reject any of the additional proposed checks and balances. Again, regardless of any action on the emergency provision, I would recommend accepting the recommendation, allowing the executive director to directly solicit three bids for informal. That way, at least 3 bids are being considered for any informal contracting process. And then that's the end of the slideshow. Let me, if there's any questions or comments, I'm happy to answer.
Doug.
Yeah, Julianne, could you put the second slide back up for a minute? I want to read through that again.
I apologize. I clicked the wrong thing.
Yeah, that's the one. Oh no, it must have been the third one. Go forward one.
There we are.
Yeah, that one. Yeah. I just want to reread it while you can go ahead with the discussion while I do that. Yeah, the comment I would have on that in section D, sometimes it's an add-on to the existing purchase order. It's an amendment to the existing purchase order, which I would see as number DD, because not a one-time procurement or will be transitioned to competitive process. It's a revision to the original purchase order. That could happen as well.
Are you referring to B on this slide, Doug?
D, yes. Delta, yes.
B, and I was asking for B for beta. If,
Oh, okay, I see that, yeah.
does that address the concern?
It does, but when you get down to Delta, that's the report that the executive director is giving, and that's not one of the options for the report. That's where I was looking, but yeah, I mean, B does address what I was talking about.
Correct, but if it was added to the existing contract under B as an emergency procurement, it would have to be reported on under Delta.
Yeah, and under Delta, would it be A, B, or C? I don't see it in either one of those.
It would, A, B, and C are for each emergency procurement. So the report would have to say what the condition was, why the vendor was selected. In your example, it would be, we can get it from an existing contract. Then the notation about the conflict of interest inquiry, and then on to see whether it'll be a one-time from added onto that, or if it will have to be a more permanent addition to the existing contract, which would come before the commission.
Okay, sounds good.
Brittany, can you help us with the conversation here today?
Absolutely. Anthony, I see you have a hand raised.
Yes, so if no one has any other comments on this, I know we did have a pretty lengthy discussion on it during our last meeting. I'd like to motion to adopt this resolution with the proposed checks and balances that our general counsel put out. And I'd like to do that while leaving the emergency amount blank as it currently is. Because as we said last week, you know, we can't really account for all expenditures that might be necessary in an emergency.
Cynthia, did you have something you wanted to add to that? Anthony, I heard you. I know that you proposed a motion, but I'm just making sure.
I have a question about a different part. So
okay.
Before we vote, I'd like to talk about it, but
yeah, go ahead.
I don't know if now. Okay, Julianne, on, I think it was the last section where it says if we don't get 3 bids, then the executive director can directly, I forget what it said. Is that only the executive director can directly contact people and ask them to bid, or any of us?
So Cynthia, the language there, and I'm happy to put the slide back up and hopefully not have to go backwards if you'd like that. But specifically to the informal contracting, that would be if, and I believe Commissioner Clark raised it last week, what if 3 bids are not received, informal bids. So this would allow the executive director to conduct outreach. So if you had suggestions, or it would be reserved for the executive director to directly answer your question. So if you had suggestions, that would be relayed to the executive director.
Okay, and then I do have one more thing. I don't feel comfortable with just a blank amount on the emergency thing. It's my opinion.
Well, and procedurally, we still don't have a second, Mr. Chair. So the original motion can be amended, or if you wanted to conduct further discussion, it would be appropriate.
Do we have a second? MC, are you second?
Yeah, I was going to offer a second. Yes.
Okay, then we can have discussion. So now we have a motion, we have a second. Back to discussion. Brittany.
I don't know why it keeps muting me after I unmute it. Anyway, MC, go ahead, and then Aaron, and then Rhonda, and then Dustin.
Thanks. I was going to offer, I'm also nervous about having a blank check, but I understand that the reason we're talking about emergencies is because we have a limited time frame to get these, specifically these meetings with our Michigander citizens done. And if we place a limit on this policy, because we have limited money, period, like we know that, we risk we risk drawing it out. And I think this policy, because we can't anticipate an emergency, right? And we're trying to create an emergency amount that's fiscally responsible. I honestly don't know that any of us can choose an amount that will fit within our budget. We don't have the money. And so there's a part of me that feels like it's an exercise that I guess where I've come to it for myself, I'll just offer this, is like, we don't have the money, period. Like, I don't think, and I feel like to try to understand what limit I would feel comfortable with is an exercise in my mind, so to speak. We don't have the money. And so I think we're going to be limited by that period. And so I'd also like to have our staff feel like they can help us actually get to all the Michiganders in the time frame that we frankly have to get this done. And so I feel like I'm okay. I'm nervous about it. I really am. Just be super clear. But I feel like I'm okay with a blank check and just an understanding that our budget is limited, period.
Thank you, MC.
And I'm comfortable with the checks and balances, by the way, too. That was the other piece. I just wanted to say, I thank you. I'm done.
Oh, you're fine. I was processing too. I don't know if I have anything to say just yet. Aaron, did you still have?
I was like Rhonda and Cynthia and MC. I too am nervous about the unlimited funds question there. And I'm wondering if there's a way that we can structure it, say from 0 to X amount of dollars, does not require authorization, but above a certain amount of money does. So I was wondering if we can approach it from that point of view for everybody who is nervous about the blank check.
Does someone have anything to say about what Aaron said, or another suggestion that we could kind of pool and then have, a deeper discussion about? Juanita, you have something?
I kind of like what Aaron said. I thought that was pretty reasonable. I also thought maybe, is there any way we can check with the California commissioners to see how far they went up, what their amount was, and see if we could kind of gather something from their amount that they used?
Like a reference?
Like a reference, or is it like two different entities where we, it wouldn't help us to know that?
I can see your thought process.
Just a suggestion. Yeah. If they didn't want to just leave it out, if we could kind of get some amount that they used, but I know their state is probably either larger or smaller or whatever, but gather some kind of amount and then go from there.
Okay, Dustin, Rhonda, and then Doug, and then if Julianne, you had something that you wanted to slip in, I get the sense. Yeah.
Just very briefly, I apologize for cutting in. The California Commission was required to use their standard state procurement policy. They weren't allowed they didn't have the ability to make their own procurement rules.
Oh, okay. Yeah, so that's different then. Okay.
Let me say that where we're at right now, based on Aaron's comment, we don't have an emergency authorization. In other words, if any of the staff wants to spend money, they have to come to us and say, here's what we're going to spend money for. There is no emergency authorization. So to say we don't, anything over 0, they have to get approval. So what we're talking about here today is, in an emergency, are we going to have something up to X number of dollars? Just explaining where we're at procedurally. Thank you.
No problem, Steve. Dustin, and then Rhonda, and then Doug.
So I may be looking at this a little bit differently, but I'm a kind of a fan of there not being a dollar limit associated with it, because like Steve just said, these procurements would occur. in an emergency type of situation. It's not like it's going to be happening every week. So for, let's say we're on the road doing something and we have an emergency rise up and we put a $5,000 limit on the emergency procurement that we can, get, then if it costs $5,001, they can't do it without us having to have a meeting at that particular point in time, which would cause that particular emergency be stretched out 3 hours because we have to have an open meeting to allow for that to happen. So it's not going to be, it's not something that we're going to have to be worrying about every day or every week. Maybe I'm guessing the amount of times that this would possibly even come into play, we could probably count on maybe 2 hands potentially, if that. So that's just the way that I'm looking at it. It's in fact just for an emergency only, to allow us to get our job done without having whatever said emergency arise take now 3 days, so that we can have a meeting about that extra dollar, for example, to see if that would be okay to approve.
Thank you, Dustin. That's a really good point. I want to get to Rhonda and then Doug, and then we can circle back to you, Juanita.
I'm going to go around the same lines as Cynthia. I'm not comfortable with a open check. And I think the commission as a whole is responsible for this budget, and we're the ones that are going to be held accountable. And I understand the whole emergency thing, but what emergency? I know it was a reference point was what happens if a bus breaks down? Well, if a bus breaks down, I'm assuming that bus has us on it. So I'm looking at it, what type of emergency would it be where thousands of dollars may need to be spent that the commission is not available to say yay or nay? To leave it just open, and it's not anything about distrust or anything, but I feel the commission as a whole is responsible for this taxpayer money, so we have to be smart about it. Just my thoughts. So the blank check, I'm not good with.
Thank you, Rhonda. Doug, did you still have something?
Yeah, I just want to run an analogy across the commission. If you take a look at a large corporation, even the CEO doesn't have the authority to spend anything that they want to spend. There's certain instances where they have to go to the board of directors, which in our case, I would look at as the 13 of us being board of directors.
Mm-hmm.
So I think it's prudent to have a limit as I rethought through this for the past week, but I think that limit should be relatively high. It shouldn't be a $5,000 or $25,000 limit. It should be higher than that to give Sue the flexibility to make the procurements that are necessary. But that's the analogy I wanted to run across you. I mean, even the large corporations, take the General Motors and the Fords and so forth, and the CEO doesn't have unlimited amounts that they can go spend either. So they got a board of directors that deals with that.
Thank you, Doug. Juanita, and then I think it was Anthony and Rebecca.
Well, I'm trying to be reasonable in thinking about this. I just think that we can't write no one can write anything in the blank check unless we all agree. Am I right?
That's correct.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
So if that's
I answered in my head.
so if that is the case, why are we scared of not leaving it? Why are we scared of leaving it blank? I mean,
it's a matter. What I hear is a matter of like discretion and wanting there to be some sort of padding, but that's just me kind of analyzing what's been said so far, and then being cautious and conservative of the budget that's not everlasting in a sense. Juanita, that's what I would say to that piece. Was there something else you wanted to add?
So you're saying that this budget that we're trying to make will be the budget for the next commissioners that come behind us? Is that what we're trying to figure it out?
No.
Okay, great. Then I think that my opinion is that one person cannot fill it in. So why not leave it blank? We don't know what we're going to come up to. We don't know what we're going to have to use it for. And if we don't have to use it at all, that would be good, but we don't know. We've never done this before, so we should leave some kind of leeway for ourselves.
Okay, thank you, Juanita. I appreciate that. Anthony and then Rebecca.
So last week when we were discussing this, the draft that we were given did have an amount on it. And by the discussion last week, I thought we decided to not have a limit on it, but I may have been mistaken by that. I mean, if we want a limit, we could go by the limit that the first draft had stated, which I believe was $25,000. Julianne, what was that the correct amount?
So the first draft was also blank. The 25,000 was just an amount that I offered to start the conversation. But again, for flexibility purposes, generally they're not, amounts are not included. And just for context, we're talking about emergency situations. So under the policy for 5,000 or under, the executive director would have the ability to spend that without, under this policy, for 5,000 and under, the executive director would have the ability to spend that. And to use the example of a bus breaking down, if it's over $5,000, then we would have to go to the 3 informal bids required, because the commission wouldn't be able to give the executive director authorization to spend over $5,000 because it's not an open meeting that's been properly noticed. So using that example, or another example I would give for an emergency situation would be prior to an open meeting happening, if the AV contractor suddenly pulled out or had an emergency or didn't show, or there would have to be if they're, depending on the amount set or what the limits were, that would not be able to occur. A replacement AV vendor would not be able to occur until the commission opened their meeting and did that. And just to say you wouldn't be stuck on the bus, right? I just realized I left that example kind of hanging. It would have to be a personal, someone would have to pay for it and then seek reimbursement. So those kinds of situations. So again, I just wanted to clarify that under the process, there's the 3 regular tiers of informal contracts, 3 bids, and the RFP process. This would be just in emergency situations where either the commission can't be called to make a decision with a 18+ hour notice for posting to make the procurement decision. But I hope those help to be clarified. There would still be the accountability. Thank you, Vice Chair.
Thank you, Julianne. That was, I'm glad that you made those points. And I think, Anthony, did you have something like a follow-up or something else before I moved on to Rebecca?
No, not really. I would be willing to amend my motion and put an amount on it if somebody has, an amount that they think would work.
Well, let's take a couple more comments, then we'll entertain in a minute.
Rebecca?
Yeah, I was just in response to Rhonda's comment about what could happen, like having assisted with many, many events over the years. I would say anytime you're having events, anything can happen. You can have a facility that you're supposed to be having a meeting at, and then all of a sudden their sewer backs up and floods the entire first floor. And now all of a sudden you've got to get an alternate location quickly. Or, maybe they have like a boil water advisory, or, the AV guy doesn't show up. I mean, there's literally so many things that can happen on the fly where we want Sue and others to have that flexibility to be able to fix it and fix it quickly without worrying or having to pull out their own personal credit card to try to cover an expense. So that's just my perspective on it. Like I said, whenever you're having events, I mean, anything can and will go wrong, and it's impossible to predict, which is why I would have a problem with putting a cap on it, because we just don't know what that amount is going to be. And on the flip side, I also trust that the people that we have hired, Sue and Edward, are going to use discretion and use it wisely, and they wouldn't just go out running willy-nilly and paying $10,000 for something if it's emergency when they could pay $5,000. So those are kind of my thoughts.
Thank you, Rebecca. I don't know if I have a conclusive thought. I think I think us being prepared for anything is extremely beneficial. I almost want to say that I am not afraid to have, a blank line, even though we can't anticipate what will happen. I don't think it'll be like so inexorbitant that it would just be something that is, totally ridiculous. And I do, trust Julianne and Edward. And I think there has been a lot of conversation and checks and balances. There would be a lot of talk before, that money was necessarily spent. Richard, I want to listen to you, and Doug, you as well.
I guess I'm not buying the bus thing. I would tend to think if we lease a bus, that's their responsibility. Okay.
That's what I was thinking too.
Same as leasing a building. If they have a backup, yes, we'd have to go to an alternative site. But shouldn't that maybe wrote into the contract? What if? Are we going to receive a refund or something?
No, we get to watch. That's what happens.
I don't want to spend any more money than we have to either, but I think an emergency is an emergency. It's pretty hard to put a price on it sometimes.
Yeah.
No matter what, you can't say, well, I think it was 5,000. It was 5,001. Maybe we got to come up with a better way to control how we spend it if we have to do it. I'm not sure. Thanks.
Thank you, Richard. Doug.
Yeah, I agree with Richard about the bus. It's not our bus. We leased it. It's not like something happened to something we owned, and that'd be our problem. But I think the purchasing agreements with these people should protect us in some manner too, and that should be in place. But the comment I would like to make is I'd like to amend the original motion and put a $50,000 amount on it, and I'll move from there. I think that's substantial to cover any exorbitant costs, but yet it has some controls to it. So I'd like to make that amendment to the original motion.
Thank you, Doug. I second that.
Okay. Is there any discussion on the amended motion, $50,000? Okay. If you're ready to vote, if you would be in favor of a $50,000 cap on the emergencies, this is just the money amount, not that we're going to do the emergency procedure, just the money, raise your hand. Somebody take a count and tell me how many that is. All right, hold it. We got to do a roll call.
Mm-hmm. I'm like, a Zoom count is hard, Steve.
I know. That's what I said.
I was seeing 8.
Sally?
I also saw 8. If
we gotta
there were 8 hands.
We gotta know who's on whose side too. Please do a roll call for us.
Absolutely. I'm going to go in alphabetical order. So
Now, just be clear, the only thing we're voting on is whether or not the limit, if we pass the first part, which we haven't, if the limit would be 50,000.
Doug Clark.
Doug,
Yeah.
you're on mute. Okay.
Doug, was that a yes?
Yes, it was.
Juanita Curry.
No.
Anthony Eid.
Yay.
Brittany Kellum.
Yes.
Rhonda Lang.
No.
Steve Lett.
Yes.
Cynthia Orton.
Yes.
MC Rothorn.
Yes.
Rebecca Zatella.
Yes.
Janice Villette.
Yes.
Aaron Wagner.
Yes.
Richard Weiss.
Yes.
Dustin Witches.
No.
Yay is 10, no is 3.
And we have the proper balance, we'd have to with that number. All right, we're back to the first motion, which is whether or not to adopt this procedure at all. Are we ready to vote? Sally, would you please do another roll call for us?
Yes. I'll still go in alphabetical order, but I'll start with the next person in line. So Juanita Curry,
No.
Anthony Eade,
Yes.
Brittany Kellum,
Yes.
Rhonda Lang,
No.
Steve Lett,
Yes.
Cynthia Orton,
Yes.
MC Rothhorn,
Yes.
Rebecca Zatella,
Yes.
Janice Villette,
Yes.
Aaron Wagner,
Yes.
Richard Weiss,
Yes.
Dustin Witches,
No.
Doug Clark.
Yes.
10 yeses, 3 nos.
Okay, thank you, everybody. That takes care of that particular piece of business. And Julianne, I would appreciate it if you would send out the revision to us upon its completion, please.
Yes.
We've been at it an hour. Let's take 10 minutes and come back and we'll finish up with Julianne. Be back at 2:10.
Sue, you had some. Oh, okay.
I'll text him, Steve.
Doug,
Yeah, Juanita.
what, we just voted that we wanted, I voted that we wanted it blank. Was that what we were voting on?
We were voting on it to be $50,000.
And, oh, or blank, right?
No, not or blank.
Oh, okay. I see.
$50,000 was the maximum, the ceiling.
Oh, okay. Well,
Otherwise,
okay.
yeah. You know what? I don't, Juanita, I don't think we're ever even gonna,
We probably won't never use it.
no,
Have to have,
probably never use it. And if we do, it's probably gonna be a minimal amount anyways.
okay, it did, yeah.
Yeah,
Okay, I'm good.
I mean, I'm sitting here thinking, when would we use it? I mean,
Yeah, because, and that's only emergency, so
so you
really-
let's take the example that somebody made that the facility got flooded out that we're gonna meet at. We had to release another one. Well, we're
Yeah.
not gonna pay two people. We're just temporarily paying the new person and not paying
Yeah.
the other person. So it's a net zero.
Right, and we would just have to get it in writing that if something happened, you know, we wouldn't be responsible. And we
Yeah,
could
yeah.
just go,
So,
that's good, it worked out.
I mean, we don't have any assets. We don't have any offices. We don't
Right.
have- You know?
Because I was really just thinking we leave it blank, so that's what I was thinking, instead of amount, but it doesn't matter, because I'm like you, I don't anticipate.
I don't know. I don't either. And like I said, it's like if the facility got flooded out,
Yeah.
we'll pay another person, but we're not going to pay the original people. So it's going to be net
Right.
zero at some
Yeah.
point. It's just like a
Okay,
loan. We're just
well, I'm glad you guys outvoted
that's kind of
us.
the way I looked at it.
Yeah,
Yeah, and that 50,000 gives Sue
some leeway,
enough to work
yes,
with. Yeah.
right.
Yeah.
So then she would be the Sue, or she would be the only one that could just write out the expense thing. Is that what we're saying?
Yeah, I think she would be doing
Oh,
that.
okay, okay.
Yeah, we
That's
wouldn't get involved. Yeah. So
Yeah,
she'd
oh, okay.
authorize it, you know, but
Oh, okay.
yeah.
Well, I'm good with it either way it goes, so.
If we use it, it's going to be very minimal in my mind. I just
Yeah.
can't imagine a large expense. that
I
we-
can't either.
Yeah.
Just so y'all know, I believe the stream is still live when we're on our breaks.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay.
Wouldn't want a hot mic situation. I've seen a lot of those over Zoom lately.
Okay.
And another consideration is the translators step away during the breaks to refresh their personal comfort as well. So the conversations aren't able to be translated.
Oh, okay,
So,
good.
but you are correct, Anthony. It is a live stream.
Yeah, yeah. Well, you know, I don't have a matter of trust with any of us or Sue or anyone. I just think that leaving it blank wouldn't have hurt it, or putting an amount on it wouldn't hurt. So I'm good.
Okay, I think everybody's back. Brittany isn't back yet. Julianne, you've got key provisions of the constitutional amendment, and I see that the voting rights panel is ready to go. Can we?
My, my suggestion would be we welcome our guests, and the executive director can find another slot. Since I'm at all of your meetings, I'll happily present, and Sue can welcome our guests if that's acceptable.
I thought you probably volunteered to do that. Okay. Sue, let's move to the Voting Rights Act, please.
Wonderful. Welcome to our guests today. I want to introduce the people who will serve on the panel first for the Voting Rights Act information that's being presented. First, we have with us Leah Aden. She is the Deputy Director of Litigation at the NAACP Legal Defense and Educational Fund, where she uses litigation policy and public education strategies to ensure that Black people have equal access to the political process, environmental justice, and employment opportunities. She's advocated on behalf of Black voters and civil rights organizations in challenges that dilute redistricting practices, and has authored or significantly contributed to Supreme Court and other federal courts related to redistricting and voting rights. Secondly, we have joining us David Becker. He is the founder and executive director of the nonprofit Center for Election Innovation and Research. And he's leading their efforts to help election officials of both parties all around the country ensure that all eligible voters can vote conveniently in a system with maximum integrity. As one of the foremost elections experts in the country with over 2 decades of experience, he is an expert on all aspects of election administration, including cybersecurity, disinformation, foreign interference, long lines, and other issues with voting and voter registration. Third, we have Michael Lee, who is the senior counsel for the Brennan Center for Justice. His work focuses on redistricting, voting rights, and election. Prior to joining the Brennan Center, he practiced law and was author of a widely cited blog on redistricting and election law issues, and is a regular writer and commentator on election law issues. And lastly, your commentator for today is Dr. Matt Grossman, who you met before. He is a professor of political science and the director of the Institute for Public Policy and Social Research at Michigan State, also known as IPSR. He has served in that capacity since 2016 and is a nationally known political scientist and an expert on American politics and government, whose research spans national and state policymaking, election campaigns, interest groups, and political parties. So welcome all. And Matt, take it away.
Thank you so much. As a reminder, we do want to be helpful to the commission. We have undergraduate and graduate students who are assigned to help you as well. So if you have any research interests or tasks that you'd like help with, please let us know. This is the first also, I think, in a little series that we're going to be doing with communities of interest next in March, and some practice with election maps here near the end of March. So please let us know what we can put together for you, and we'll be happy to do that. There's also a set of resources that the panelists have presented that we put on the IPSR website that I've linked to and that Sue will be sending out. And I also wanted to remind everybody that we did have a voting rights panel at the orientation. Some of you may remember hearing from Ellen Katz and Justin Levitt. And so that's obviously available via video, and some of the panelists will reinforce some of the messages that you heard before. We're going to go in a little bit different order than the introductions. Michael Lee has agreed to go first, and we hope to leave plenty of time for questions and discussions. But if they're clarifying questions, I'm sure they'll take them during the talks. Michael, take it away.
Great. Thank you all for having me, and thank you for taking on this really important task for Michigan and Michiganders, particularly under circumstances which are certainly less than optimal. but I'm glad to be here today with you and I was asked to give a brief overview of the Voting Rights Act as you guys go through the process of looking for and retaining counsel and other professionals to help you in redistricting. And so I was going to start just with a refresher on the law. And I'm going to share my screen, which I believe I can do pretty seamlessly. Let's see. Oh, here we go. I think I would have this down after 9 months of the pandemic, or almost a year of the pandemic, right? But it sometimes doesn't quite work yet. So anyway, well, there we go. So I've been asked to give an overview of the Voting Rights Act, which is an iconic piece of legislation, one of the most important and transformative pieces of legislation in American history. And even though it's somewhat weakened in the last few years and over time, it still has a lot of power for protecting communities of color. And I'm going to start by talking about Section 2 of the Voting Rights Act, which is the key provision that I think will be applicable to Michigan. And Section 2 requires, under certain circumstances, drawing districts that are electorally favorable to minority communities, and it applies nationwide, unlike some other parts of the Voting Rights Act, which only applied in states with a strong history of discrimination, mostly the South. But Section 2 of the Voting Rights Act applies nationwide, including to Michigan, and it requires drawing electorally favorable districts if a three-part test is met and if the totality of circumstances warrant. And it's important to note that a state can be sued if you don't create a district under Section 2. So making sure that you address any potential Section 2 liability and don't stumble into Section 2 liability is going to be important. I mentioned the three-part test. This is a synopsis of it, and this is developed under case law. It's not actually in the statute itself, but this is a standard imposed by the Supreme Court in the 1980s. And basically the test is a minority community large enough that you could draw a compact district where they are a majority of the citizen voting age population? Does the minority group also vote cohesively? That is to say that they prefer the same candidates. If you have a situation where Black voters, for example, prefer very different candidates and there's no unanimous like Black candidate or strongly preferred Black candidate, then that condition isn't met. And the last part is, do white voters vote as a block in a way that prevents the minority preferred candidates from winning? And we'll talk, I have a little illustration in a second that will go into that a little bit more. But this is basically a three-part test. I've highlighted some words that are important, like is a community large enough? Is it sufficiently compact that you could draw a reasonably compact district? Does the community vote together? And do white voters vote the opposite way, sufficient numbers to defeat the ability of this community of color from electing a preferred candidate? If those three elements are met, then the court goes into something called the totality of circumstances test. And that looks at whether there are circumstances that make it hard for minority groups to prevail in elections. And the factors they can consider are many. And they include whether there's a history of historical discrimination in voting, whether there are economic or social disparities that make it harder to get people to turn out to vote or to vote, whether there is a lot of racism in elections, racialized appeals, where you sort of like use code words and other things like that to sort of signal like this is not somebody that we want. And also, sort of whether the needs of the minority community are being met. And if the three-part test is met, and if you can show sufficient totality of circumstances, then the court can order then you have Section 2 liability. And if you don't address that, then a court can order you to address that. And to put this a little bit more concrete illustration, if you look on the left, there is, let's say this is a city, which is about 40% Black, and it elects 4 members for its city council, all of whom are elected at large, which is to say everybody votes for all 4 districts. Because there is racially polarized voting, because white voters prefer one candidate and black voters prefer a different candidate, the black preferred candidate never wins. The white preferred candidate always gets 60% of the vote. The black preferred candidate always gets 40% of the vote. There's no black representation on the city council. In the middle, you'll see what happens if instead you draw 4 districts that are evenly populated. Then you have an opportunity to elect 2 black preferred candidates out of the 4. And this is historically how Section 2 of the Voting Rights Act was used to challenge the use of at-large election systems and to require the drawing of single-member districts such that minority preferred candidates could win. But it's also come to be used in the third situation on the right, where you draw districts that's fracture or communities of color, such as, again, in the third situation, the black preferred candidate would never win. And you could, if a jurisdiction enacted the plan on the right, you could bring a Section 2 case and force the jurisdiction to enact something that looks more like the plan in the middle. Now, all of this is confusing, which is why it is important to have good counsel and good experts, because there are lots of tricky things. Every word that I highlighted in the PowerPoint before, like, is there cohesion? Like, that is a tricky issue. You have to determine what elections do you use, over what period of time. Is a group is a racially polarized voting? All of those things are things that you'll need guidance on, and it's not something that is just a back of the envelope or intuitive thing. I will note one thing that's important about Michigan. In much of the country, you can have Section 2 districts where you have 2 or more minority groups combining, and they're, for example, Latinos and Asians, or Latinos and African Americans. If they vote cohesively, they can be considered as one minority group for purposes of Section 2 and meeting all of the requirements of Section 2. That is not allowed in the Sixth Circuit, where Michigan is, so in Michigan, you're really talking about single minority districts, a black district, a Latino district, and the like. It's important to note this is not an issue the Supreme Court has ruled on, but the Sixth Circuit Court of Appeals has, and it's held that Section 2 does not require the creation of multi-minority coalition districts. So with that, I'm going to turn to a few caveats about Section 2 that I think are important to note as you go through this process. One is to watch for non-performing districts. And what is a non-performing district? It's a district that looks like it on paper that it should elect a minority preferred candidate, but doesn't actually. And in this regard, it's important to know that the key is that it's not a fixed percentage of the ethnicity, right? Of the ethnic group. It is rather whether a district performs or not. And there are many times where you have illusory districts. This is an example of one in Texas. This happened to be created intentionally rather than accidentally. But in this case, the green areas are rural areas in Texas that have a lot of low voting Latinos. The orange areas are more urban areas in El Paso and San Antonio that have higher voting Latinos. And the state of Texas took out the higher voting Latinos and put in lower voting Latinos. On paper, the district looks much more Latino and so better, but it actually did not elect the Latino preferred candidate. And that was intentional. But this sort of thing also can occur accidentally. The next caveat I will mention is shape. Section 2, in the example I use, the districts all were like very nice and square, but Section 2 districts oftentimes can look funny. And that's perfectly okay because communities sometimes actually look funny, right? This is an example out of Chicago. Most of the population lives in the 2 parts on the top and the bottom. They're Latino. There's a African-American community in the middle. To meet the contiguity requirements, they added in some neighborhoods to join together the 2 parts, but really they're not very far apart physically in terms of the 2 heads. And People cross and go to shop and work across those areas all the time. So this is an example of a district that many times people don't like, but it actually is a cohesive Latino community and was recognized as such in the drawing of this district. This is another example of a district that sometimes is controversial. This one is a Latino majority district that stretches between Austin and San Antonio. And it also is one that courts found is required by the Voting Rights Act, even though it's, as you can see, it stretches along the highway to join two distinct Latino communities together. So Section 2 districts can look funny. Don't be dissuaded by the shape. The next caveat I have is you should avoid racial gerrymandering. And what is racial gerrymandering? The Supreme Court has also said that you cannot, while you have to draw Section 2 districts, you cannot draw a district predominantly on the basis of race. That is that you have to join together people who have at least something in common besides their race. And so that can kind of make things hard at times because you have to draw a district to remedy a racial disparity, but without thinking too much about race, and that can be kind of tricky. Historically, this was a claim that was brought by white voters to challenge Black districts, the creation of Black districts in the South, but it is increasingly a claim that is also being used in other for other purposes. And this is an example of racial gerrymander. The first congressional district in North Carolina, you see the long arms coming out. Those were added to the district in 2011 when the district was redrawn to increase the Black percentage of the district. And the court found like you were joining together Black populations that really had nothing in common besides the fact that they were Black. And so you were overthinking about race. Whereas if they had been able to show that there was some community or something that was there and common interest, that would be fine. The next caveat I will add is like that when you create Section 2 districts, they don't have to be actually majority. Like, to create Section 2 liability, you have to show that you can draw a compact district that is majority Black or majority Latino. That is a prerequisite of liability. But once you establish liability, that you can, for example, draw a district that is 48% Black or 47% Latino if it performs for the Latino community, and if there's sort of other needs that you have, like keeping a city together or avoiding pairing incumbents or any number of other sort of things that people consider legitimate. So establishing liability is one thing, the remedy is different, and the remedy need not be a majority Black or a majority Latino or majority minority district. It can be a district that is less than that as long as it performs and as long as you're doing that for good reasons. The last thing I will add on this, and I'll stop after this, is that even if a district is not required under Section 2, that doesn't mean that you can't draw districts that are electorally favorable to minorities if you comply with the other requirements of law. So for example, in a situation where you have two possible districts, one of which would elect a Black preferred candidate and one of which wouldn't, you can create the one that would elect a Black preferred candidate if you're recognizing certain, in Michigan, for example, if you're keeping certain communities together and you decide that those are the communities that sort of should be kept together and it happens to elect a Black preferred candidate, that's a legitimate thing. Section 2 does not limit when you can create districts for Black candidates. And I have some additional slides, but I will stop there. And I'm happy to answer questions at the end of this.
All right, so I think we want to try to get through the panelists so that they all have a chance. I think there's going to be some overlap since we didn't fully coordinate. But next up is Leah Aden of the NAACP Legal Defense and Educational Fund.
Thank you so much, and good afternoon to everyone. I am going to add to the chorus of panelists today, and I have poked around some of your previous panels to add my thanks for all of you for embarking on this process together. It is an awesome, mighty task that you are embarking on of ensuring fair maps and non-discriminatory maps for your state and for the people that live in it. I'm aware that you have already heard from Justin Levitt and Ellen Katz, both of whom are great scholars and in their own bailiwicks, practitioners of the Voting Rights Act. So I endorse much of what they have already provided to you, and we'll drill down and reiterate on what they have raised as salient points, as well as what Michael has also begun to develop today as well. So my marks may be reminiscent of some of theirs and others that you have and will hear, but I think that repetition is meant to signal to you all that there is certain key information that you have to hold on to throughout this process. And it has to be on your radar and that of others as you embark on this process of redrawing the lines. My perspective is going to, however, also come from the fact that I advocate on behalf of Black and other communities of color at the NAACP Legal Defense Fund, who in the context of apportionment and redistricting means that I'm concerned that the processes for considering and drawing maps are open, they're transparent, that they meaningfully consider the input from communities. So it's not just hearing communities, it is receiving the information, considering it, incorporating it, explaining to communities why their suggestions may or may not have been adopted. That is part of instilling, I think, why this commission was started, but which is trust in the process and trust in what the outcomes are. And from my perspective, it's very important that we reiterate the topic of this panel, which is that maps have to comply first and foremost with the Constitution and the Voting Rights Act. That is the absolute minimum requirement that we all have to be operating from the same perspective from. So I'm focusing again on Section 2 of the Voting Rights Act, which I know you're going to be hearing more and more about, because it is your obligation now to meaningfully consider it and comply with it even before any map is enacted. So it's not just about making sure that you have complied after the fact when a lawsuit is on the horizon. It is about considering your compliance obligations now and through the process of considering maps. That can go a long way, as you have heard, towards avoiding litigation, which is costly for everyone, including the communities that I have represented in bringing Section 2 claims. So Section 2 protects against minority vote dilution. We cannot explain that too much. It applies nationwide, which means it applies to Michigan. Section 2 reaches the districts you're concerned with, Congress and state legislative bodies. But you should know you're not the only people obligated to comply with Section 2. City councils, county commissions, school boards, other legislative bodies have to, and state court judgeships have to where the circumstances provide. And I note this because it should give you pride that not only the maps that you are developing in consultation with many others, not only are they important for the sake of electing congressional representatives and state legislative members, they can become the benchmark and they become the maps for the next decade. They become the benchmark by which future maps may also be drawn. And they also may become maps by which other bodies throughout the state will look to say, what were the principles that guided this body? And so your maps and the maps that are going to be drawn collectively have a great import. So vote dilution occurs when an election system or redistricting scheme not only is just adopted, but when it is maintained intentionally or not to minimize the political power of minority voters, usually people of color, so that they don't have equal opportunity as do the majority of voters, usually white voters, to elect their candidates of choice. I want to emphasize that Section 2 promises opportunity. There's no guarantee of outcomes. It's an equality of opportunity principle. And that is that everyone have a chance at electing their candidates of choice. Vote dilution typically occurs in the context of at-large voting, which you've begun to hear about, when 50% plus one of the majority of voters, they control the outcome of the elections for all the seats on a particular body. But for your purposes, vote dilution can also occur when you crack minority voters, communities of color among various electoral districts to avoid creating a concentrated majority minority district where the circumstances allow. Vote dilution occurs also when you pack minority voters into one or more what we call super majority minority districts. That's where districts have perhaps 70%, 80%, or 90% of Black voters. And that is done in order to avoid creating multiple districts, multiple additional majority minority districts. One of the leading cases that will guide you, the researchers and others, and you've been hearing about it, is this Thornburg versus Jingles case. That sets the standard for how to comply with Section 2 and how to not run afoul of it. And when you read that case, and you should read it multiple times, you will learn that an electoral structure or plan is dilutive and violates Section 2 when minority plaintiffs have been able to propose an illustrative map in which Black voters, for example, are large enough to form the majority in a geographically compact single member district. This is, put differently, one or more illustrative majority minority districts. This map also has to respect state redistricting principles, which Michael has talked about, others have talked about, and I'm going to drill down on in a bit. I want to note here that these proposals are likely to be the ones that community members are going to offer to you during the process to show you a way not to dilute their vote if that's happening, or to provide you with alternatives to what you propose. So those have to be considered as well. Second, plaintiffs have to show, as Michael teed up, that minority voters usually vote together as a block for their preferred candidates. Usually does not mean always. There will always be exceptions to the rule. The test is usually. And plaintiffs have to show that the majority of white voters vote consistently, but not always, to defeat the minority voters' preferred candidates. Those two requirements are referred to as racially polarized voting. You've come to hear that term. And it is key. It is at the heart of what you are trying to address with Section 2 compliance. Those voting patterns are what you're trying to overcome by creating the majority minority districts. You've heard different examples of them. I'm going to give you another one. In a 5-member at-large city council, that is a body where all the voters vote for all 5 members. It's in a city where the population is about 40% Black and 60% white. Black candidates have run in elections, but they never get more than 10% of white voter support, or 6% of the total vote. But they always get about 90% of Black voter support, or 36% of the total. Under this system and with those voting patterns, the candidates preferred by white voters, commonly white candidates, but not always, they win with those patterns, no matter the political affiliation or qualifications of the candidates. You have to envision those patterns occurring at state and statewide contests, not just in the local ones that I described. And in our country, in Michigan and elsewhere, race remains one of the greatest predictors of voter behavior. The majority minority district, as I mentioned in a map, is meant to provide minority voters with a chance to overcome those patterns and elect their candidates of choice where the circumstances provide. Michael reiterated, you can draw the map with the majority minority district. You have evidence of these patterns in voting along racial lines. And then plaintiffs have to show all of these other circumstances that surround it to make the opportunity to participate unequal. And this is the totality of the circumstances analysis that you have been hearing about. I'm going to briefly go over these indicia of the totality of circumstances one more time, because the main point of them is that you don't have to show all of them. There's some of them that are more important than others. And what is important about them is that community members are going to be talking to you about history, and they're going to be talking to you about their experiences with racial discrimination. They're going to be talking to you about racial campaign appeals during elections. They're going to be presenting evidence of why these communities need to be combined in a district because they share things in common. And that is part of the evidence that you have to consider, the context by which you have to view the maps and the decisions that you're making. So we cannot reiterate that enough. So the totality includes looking at discrimination in voting historically and into the present. The past is the present, and present evidence is, while the most important, the past does matter in a particular state or a sub-jurisdiction. Those block voting patterns is key evidence that you have to look at when you consider the whole picture. Things like the majority vote requirement, or that people have to run for particular seats, that is very key indicia to consider. Whether or not there is continued public and private discrimination in housing and education, employment and healthcare, all of those things matter. Whether or not minority candidates have been successful for statewide offices like the Secretary of State or governor, or whether they've only been successful when you draw majority minority districts for the state legislature or for Congress. Those are the types of things that you're going to hear about. Whether or not the existing plan has enabled and the existing elected officials have been responsive to the needs of minority communities, that's part of the context. And whether or not you can justify your decision making, or whether or not your decision making is seen as tenuous or not backed up by the evidence. That's all of the type of information that is going to be considered in determining whether or not a plan dilutes a minority voters' political power. I mean, minority voting communities' political power. Again, racially polarized voting, whether minorities have been elected to positions, as the key evidence, but the history and ongoing record of discrimination is also key, because this is what shows the link between the discriminatory impact of a plan and racial discrimination operating in the community. Again, community members are going to lift this information up. They're going to, and you should be seeking out answers to these questions as you go about drawing these maps, because again, context matters, context matters. So you are likely to hear about how DOJ had to bring, the Department of Justice had to bring Section 2 litigation to protect Black voters in East Point, the city of East Point. You may hear about the federal court finding intentional discrimination under Section 2 in the Constitution and a challenge to the abolition of straight ticket voting. People are gonna be presenting this information and saying, this is why we need representation because of these other things happening in our communities. I'm coming to a close, but I wanna go back to this map and developing a majority minority district. You are very much aware that Michigan has set up principles that are supposed to guide the process. The Constitution and the Voting Rights Act are the top priorities. Trying to get for Congress as near perfection when you allocate people among districts is the goal. And when you're drawing state bodies, trying to get as close to even population as possible is the goal. And so is Voting Rights Act. That is the base that must guide you. And then you layer on top of that a consideration of other principles that Michigan has held up in esteem. And that includes ensuring that that you're drawing communities that are compact, particularly that the minority community is compact in this regularity of the shape of the district that you're drawing. And I will reiterate what Michael has mentioned, which is there is, and what Justin Levin mentioned, which is don't just judge a book by its covers. There is no normal looking shape. Even when people try to tell you otherwise, you have to understand why the shape looks the way it does. It very much follows where people live and the decision making that goes behind it. But the compactness is something that you need to be aware of. Maintaining communities of interest. And this is a real thing. This is about drawing districts in which populations are combined because they share schools, they share memberships in civic organizations, they shop in similar places, they use similar parks and recreational facilities, they have shared media. There are real tangible things that go behind this community of interest analysis. I will be very clear that those state principles, though, are subjective principles that never are elevated above compliance with the Voting Rights Act and achieving population equality. Those are your first priorities. And so sometimes those other obligations are going to have to give way to making sure you allocate people evenly among districts as to the extent possible, and that you're creating ability to elect districts for minority communities where those districts it can exist. Justin Levitt used this analogy of adhering to the speed limit, but sometimes you have to have the flexibility to go above or beyond it because of the circumstances. That's the exact metaphor that I think is applicable. And as Michael just mentioned, while the Sixth Circuit prohibits combining minority communities to try to satisfy this Section 2 requirement, the first priority is to look for if there is a Black community that is geographically compact, sizable enough, has these voting patterns. That is the first obligation, is to try to create those districts where the data demonstrates. I'm going to close by saying that you're going to hear people say vote dilution isn't happening. This is about party. This is not about race. And the electoral outcomes, the fact that there have been very few to little Black statewide candidates, this is because of party. This is not because of race. Or minority voters, how can they be diluted when their registration rates are high, when turnout is high? How can there be discrimination when those two realities exist? You're also going to hear, we can't create this geographically compact minority community because without racially gerrymandering, which Michael raised, without lassoing in Black voters from these far-flung places to try to create this compact district. And I want it to be in your head that if minority voters are harmed to achieve partisan power, or partisan power is an excuse to harm minority voters, each of those can run afoul of the Constitution and the Voting Rights Act. And I'd note that this was part of the discussion post-2010 in Michigan related to maps that were drawn. Arguments that this was just party, this was about protecting against Democratic control in certain parts of the states, but who lives in those areas is what you have to then drill down on. And if those communities are harmed, then that is going to raise a lot of red flags and subject the maps potentially to challenge. It's also the case that vote dilution is about what happens after people turn out, what happens after they register and turn out. It is about whether their vote has meaning. And so whether registration rates and turnout is high is really not the question. It's about whether or not your vote means as much as your neighbors. And last, minority voters don't have to live in the most hyper-segregated areas of a jurisdiction to meet the geographically compact requirement. It's a good thing that we don't live necessarily in the same segregated conditions that we once do, but that doesn't mean that you can't draw geographically compact districts. And similarly, pay attention to issues of gentrification and other things that are going to be part of the testimony that community members are going to raise. All of this requires expert support. You're not supposed to do this alone. Even advocates like myself, we work with consultants, we hire experts, and the amount of time and energy you put in on the front end to hiring people to work with you, the lawyer who's going to advise you, the experts who are going to work with you, it is worth it because the litigation on the back end takes years. And it costs sometimes hundreds of thousands, if not millions of dollars to resolve. And so the energy that you're putting in on the front end is well worth it. All of that is quite ordinary and necessary. So there's so much more to say. I appreciate your attention and I look forward to your questions.
Thank you so much. And I'll just reiterate, of course, that this is not only your legal obligation, but the top criteria that you're going to be implementing. And also that all of these principles about trade-offs and dilution and everything else are also going to be important for everything else that you do. So this is sort of the top part of the conversation. I'd now next like to introduce David Becker, who, as you heard, is the director of the Center for Election Innovation and Research and has been a friend of the state of Michigan in election security, but also has a history of serving as senior trial attorney in the voting section of the Department of Justice Civil Rights Division. Take it away, David.
Thanks, Matt, and thanks to all of you for having me here. As Matt mentioned, I've been doing this for a long time, although I've been away from litigation for a little while as I've been working on other areas of elections and specifically in Michigan. I've served for 7 years in the voting section of the Justice Department, litigating many redistricting cases, and so I have a lot of experience in that over the course of my career. And I'm mostly the guy who's grateful that I get to follow Justin and Ellen and Leah and Michael, because you've heard almost all of this information, and I'm sure to some degree it's overwhelming. There are people who've been doing this for decades and decades who still learn new things, because map drawing is very much an art as much as it is a science. And I want to take this a little higher level, because you've heard a lot of the details that I think are really important, and I'm grateful that everyone talked through those, about why Section 2 of the Voting Rights Act does what it does, why it was enacted in the first place. And it was because what we saw prior to the Voting Rights Act of 1965, and even today, we see white line drawers seek to maintain political power by drawing lines in such a way that can minimize or dilute minority voting power. And that really happens. It still happens to this day. It was probably much more common 50 years ago, but it still happens. And it's one of those things, because minorities are by definition, in many cases, the minority. They don't have much electoral means to overcome that. As Michael showed with those charts, that's never the way population is actually dispersed, which is too bad, but it's a great way to show it. If a minority forms 40% of the population, it is actually pretty easy to make sure they get 0% of the representation. And so ultimately, Section 2 of the Voting Rights Act is about fairness. And I want to stress that. That is not about perfection. It's really hard to draw a perfect map. And it's very likely that there will be people in certain areas of the state that aren't thrilled with how the maps come out. In fact, that's a guarantee. Okay, you have all taken on a really important task, and there's no way to please everyone. But the maps don't need to be perfect. They just need to be fair, objectively, by the measures that Michael and Leah both talked about. Now, under Section 2, they look at this both from an intent and a result standard. So from an intent standard, that's probably not going to be relevant here. I certainly hope not. I know all of you are focused on being as fair as possible. So we're not going to see what we have seen in some places, where the line drawers, often for political and racial reasons, seek to actually minimize minority voting power. And whether they achieve that or not, that intent alone is enough to strike down a map. But even if the intent is not there, if a map minimizes or dilutes minority voting power under the standards that you just heard about, that is a violation of Section 2 of the Voting Rights Act. And so that's obviously going to be something that's going to be in your mind as you look at this. Now, when we're talking about fairness, this is an objective measure to the degree that we can determine that. That does not mean maximizing minority voting power. That does not mean that if African Americans make up 15% of Michigan's population, that there has to be exactly 15% of districts that that African Americans can elect candidates of choice. And it doesn't mean that 12% is too few and 18% is too much. It's what they're looking for is where minorities are large enough and cohesive enough in their voting efforts to be able to otherwise elect candidates of choice. Then you cannot dilute that through, and Leah mentioned this, things like packing, where you minimize them by making super majority districts 90% minority districts, or by cracking, where you take them and put 15% Black population in every district where they couldn't elect a candidate of choice. And so I want to stress that, just keep that in the back of your mind. That fairness is what they're looking for. And this gets challenging because even when we're talking about racially polarized voting, and you've heard that term a lot, racially polarized voting needs to be prevalent. Racially polarized voting can look different in different places. There are some places even in Michigan, where racially polarized voting is very severe, where you will see statistically nearly white voters going 100% nearly for white candidates and minority voters going for different candidates. And there are other places where it's a lot, where it's a lot closer, where there are particularly, this is not always the case, but in a lot of places around the country, there are suburban areas, there are areas often perhaps around college campuses and others where racially polarized voting exists to a much lesser extent, if it even exists at all. And so it's very, very important to keep that in mind as you're looking at this. And when you're looking at racially polarized voting, a couple of things to keep in mind. First, historically, a minority preferred candidate in some cases isn't a minority. If minorities are still coalescing around the candidacy of a particular candidate, and that candidate happens to be white, that is still a minority preferred candidate, particularly where white voters are choosing a different candidate than the minorities are. That doesn't happen, I wouldn't say a lot, but it happens often enough that it's something to keep an eye out for. So just because you're seeing white candidates get elected doesn't mean that isn't a place for a minority opportunity candidate. You have to look at the election history to see if minority voters are overwhelmingly supporting a different candidate than white voters are, even if both candidates, for instance, might be white. Another thing I'd really want to stress to you is it's really going to be important to look at primary election results. It's not just going to be about general elections. As we all know, there are places in every state, certainly Michigan, where the outcome of the primary is determinative of the outcome of the general election, right? You all know that. You know there are places where Republicans are much, much stronger and places where Democrats are much, much stronger. And in those places, you have to look at primary elections and really get down to see whether even in, like say in a Democratic primary, is there a white candidate against a minority candidate, or are two candidates running against each other, and one is very much minority preferred and one is very much white preferred? And if that's the case, that indicates racially polarized voting as well, particularly when that candidate is almost certain to be elected in the general election. Keep that very much in mind. Lastly, I just want to make one really quick point about something that I'm sure you're all thinking about, which is the delay in the census results coming out and the pressures that are going to come as a result of that. That's going to be a challenge for you all, but it doesn't mean your work has to wait until the census results come. I'd highly encourage you all to look at the various data that's available to you now: election results, voter registration files, political data, other data that is available now, and start the process of thinking about where you see communities of interest, cohesive communities of interest in the minority community who may be able to or are electing candidates of choice in some cases. And you can start even now with kind of outlines of what districts might look like. And getting expert support here is going to be very, very important. I totally agree with Michael and Leah on this. But that can start now. And then as someone who is, I've actually sat at computers and dragged census blocks across district lines and things like that. Having that experience is really helpful. And you might even get in that practice before the census results even come in, you might even get a pretty good idea of what the lines are going to look like, and then have minimal changes you need to make to reach the kind of population equality that's required in the statewide plan. So keep that in mind. I think I'll end there, and I'd be happy to answer any questions, being cognizant that I know you've been ingesting a lot of information, and I'm really I want to express my gratitude to you all for volunteering to do this. This is a difficult job, and it's a very important job, as you all know. So thank you for that.
Thank you. So we're a bit late getting started, and so Michael unfortunately had to drop off before we were able to get some questions in for Michael, but we do still have Leah and David, and we have Michael's presentation. So any questions we can answer? Richard.
Yes, I'd like to thank you for coming, giving us all this information. Actually, my question was for Michael. Right at the beginning of his statement, he said the Voting Rights Act has diminished this last few years. I guess I wanted him to explain that a little bit if he could.
Michael, is Michael off, Matt?
Michael is off.
Yes, so I didn't know if any of you
But
three
Leah-
could explain that, or do
Leah-
you know what he meant by that?
I think Leo will probably add to this too. I'll just say briefly, the Section 5 of the Voting Rights Act, which required pre-clearance by the Justice Department of redistricting plans in several states, including Michigan, because a couple of townships were covered in Michigan, is no longer applicable due to a decision about 6 or 7 years ago. Was it 2013 or 14, Leah? Shelby County, which basically said the targeting formula was no longer constitutional. So that is no longer at issue. I think the rest of the law that Michael and Leah laid out is still very much applicable under Section 2.
And Leah was part of that litigation team as well.
Yeah, that's exactly right. But and even though it is no longer Section 5, that pre-clearance requirement is no longer alive and well, the process that you're setting up by which community members have to be involved, which has to be open and transparent, where there has to be notice about maps, where there has to be engagement with communities, that is a large part of what Section 5 obligated you to do, but there are other laws like your open records laws or the requirement not to defy the Constitution, which also require you all to do some of the things that Section 5 required. So though it's gone, there are many other protections to ensure that processes are open and that maps don't discriminate. So know that.
I think MC is next.
I think my question is, it's if we're going to try before we get the census data, the question I think is to determine where the racially polarized voting is severe in Michigan. It seems like there's historical data that we want to look at. As we look at, and I think that's not for us as the decision makers, right? Right, that's what our team will be doing. The question is, when do we, I guess I'm thinking about the historical data versus, or not versus, but maybe in addition to the current data, when can we as decision makers say, okay, we can conclusively say, right, because we don't have, and we won't likely have that current data. Is there a benchmark? Is there some question? Is there something that you might suggest we look at in terms of determining where racially polarized voting is severe, again, historically, that we might say, okay, we can sort of understand this enough because we have this historical data?
So this is the Thornburg versus Jingles case that I mentioned. The Supreme Court case from 1986 provides a great framework. The political scientists who largely study the data use that case and have come up with this methodology that says you should look at minimum, at least the past 3 electoral cycles. So you're looking at past elections, but they still need to be relatively recent. And you look at least 3 or so of the last election cycles to the extent that information is available. And the main test that the scientists are looking at is for governor, for example, or for the president, looking at the makeup of particular precincts. Do you see patterns when you look at the precincts amongst how Black voters as compared to non-Black voters vote for that office when they're given a choice to vote for that candidate or not? So there, in short, rely upon political scientists. There are cases that guide them. There are standards in their fields that guide them. These elections have already happened that you can look at. So you're not predicting how people will vote in the future. You're looking in past recent elections. And you could look at what happened in the 2020 cycle for elections that are relevant, and then the years that preceded it. So that is something that you could get going on now if you identify who the person is who's going to do that analysis. Folks like me are already doing those analyses because we want to be able to say, not only do we think the demographics in this district provide opportunities to redraw the lines, but it's backed up by recent elections where we've seen those patterns exist. So you can do that now based upon 2010 data, based upon the information that the Secretary of State is collecting about who's voting in precincts and what the racial makeup is. That's all available to you now.
Yeah, I just build on that. I think that's, I would, you know, in terms of a starting point, I would go back, I would probably go back to the beginning of this redistricting cycle when the last districts were used in elections. A couple of things. I'd look at the precinct level first, and I'd probably prioritize looking at precincts that were overwhelmingly minority. That's just a starting point. You're going to get down farther at some point, but you're going to start with, you know, political scientists, when they look at this, it's very instructive to look at how 80% minority precincts, 90% minority precincts are voting compared to other precincts, and see if there's differences in who they're preferring. And again, go down to primaries. Do not stop at statewide. A lot of times what some will do, and I don't think you're going to do this, don't just look at president, don't just look at senator, don't just look at governor. Go down as far as the districts you're responsible for drawing, which will probably be state legislative districts, right? And get, because voting patterns are very different in state legislative districts than in statewide elections. Nationalized elections often can look a lot different than state legislative districts. So we'll see districts where polarized voting won't look as bad in statewide elections, president, governor. But when you get down to the legislative district level, you see very clear patterns of polarized voting. And that is very common. I'm sure Leah would agree that we've seen that quite a bit. So look all the way down when you're doing that. I also want to stress something that Michael said before, because I just remembered I wanted to stress it. We often use as shorthand majority minority districts. And to be fair, courts have talked about that before. The 50% is not a magic number by any means. The key here is opportunity to elect candidates of choice. That's what we're talking about. And Leo really had a great point on, it doesn't require guarantee of these people being elected, but just an opportunity to elect candidates of choice. There are districts that could be in the 30% range of minorities where they can elect their candidates of choice because they control who wins the primary. And then there's enough white crossover voting to allow for their candidate of choice to be elected. A great example of that, for instance, is John Lewis's old district in the Atlanta area, which was not 50%. And there was a district next door, which was also not 50%. So keep that in mind, that it may be very possible to draw districts that are into the higher mid-30s even, that still are electing candidates of choice. But you can't go so far down that you've reduced the opportunity, that it's a crapshoot whether or not minorities will cohesively be able to elect candidates of choice. So this is one of those things that you're really going to have to dig into the numbers and look at the election results. I would go all the way back, state legislative elections, probably back to 2012 if I were choosing a place to start, and look primarily at, first at least, at precincts that were heavily minority, to get an idea of whether racially polarized voting might be something you need to dig into a little more.
So we're almost up, but I do want to ask if you have any suggestions. They're going to be interviewing VRA legal counsel candidates soon. Is there anything that they should definitely be asking?
Their familiarity with minority voting rights and compliance with the Voting Rights Act and the Constitution. It is possible to learn the law, and I was someone who did not know much about the Voting Rights Act and the jurisprudence, and I learned it, but I often learned it through doing it and doing the cases. Since you guys will be getting data soon, and we'll have to sort of, and you could be doing so much now and then running with the data that is updated. I think getting someone who has familiarity with the Section 2 jurisprudence, with the constitutional jurisprudence, will aid you so that you have they have an expertise. I think someone who is familiar with working with the political scientists that David just mentioned, who has familiarity working with the demographers, the people that draw the map, so that you can marry the legal principles with the practical realities of having to analyze the data and draw the maps. those are, and I think someone who values and understands the salience of community, of making sure that the process is open and transparent, because the record of your process is just important as what you actually decide on. How community members are able to participate even in the pandemic, how you consider what they propose and you incorporate that into your decisions, how you explain to the communities why the lines look the way that they do, that is just as important as where you end up, because the Constitution and the Voting Rights Act provide access to the process just as much as the outcomes.
I just quickly add two things to that very good list from Leah. One is someone who has experience working with the GIS, the Geographical Information System software. We're actually, I mean, it is really helpful to have lawyers and experts, and experts will, but the lawyers especially. I mean, you're going to need to have people who actually know what it looks like to take in data on a map, sort through various data, be able to move blocks around and see how that looks. That's going to be really helpful to you. The second thing I'd add is someone who either has or is willing to understand and learn the particular esoteric nature of Michigan populations. Not all white populations everywhere are the same. Not all Black populations everywhere are the same. Not all Latino and Asian, Arab American populations are the same. And they're not monolithic. There's often differences in different areas, and understanding those differences or being willing to learn those differences is really important. There's going to be, you know, the white populations in Ann Arbor are going to be very different than the white populations in Grand Rapids, probably. And that's not a judgment on either of them. It's just a fact, probably. So something to keep in mind as you're interviewing people.
Thank you. So we're over an hour now, so I think we have to go on, but I know Doug and Richard had questions. So I guess, Richard, you could make an executive decision if you want to have the last two, or if we're done.
I think Justin and Ellen said that they would be available after their presentations if there are additional questions and if there are resources. I think we mentioned LDF, in addition, with the Mexican American Legal Defense Fund and the Asian American Justice Center, are putting together a quite comprehensive guide that's meant to explain these very complex legal principles in digestible ways. And we're happy to share updated information with this group and give you everything that you need to do what you're being called to do, which is a mighty task and a very important one. So thank you again.
Yeah, and I'm happy to stay on for a couple minutes if you want to keep going, but also Matt has my contact information, and I'm happy to answer anything by email if anyone wants to reach out and contact me.
Great. So we'll pass on that contact information, and I've put the resources again that Leah and others submitted. So please join me in thanking Leah and David and Michael for joining us. Thanks.
Thank you, Matt, and thank you to David and Leah and Michael. It's always good to hear from the folks who know, trying to educate us, the folks who don't know, but have to learn. And we will continue to try to do that. Now we have another presentation from Arizona Redistricting. Is that correct, Sue?
That is correct. Would you like me to introduce?
Everybody is, I'll take a head nod poll. Is everybody good to keep going right now? Okay, yes. Go right ahead, Sue. Thank you.
All right. I'm very pleased that we have waiting in the wings Colleen Mathis. She was a commissioner with the 2010 Arizona Redistricting Commission, and I believe you've heard from her before. So thank you, Colleen, for being with us today. And she suggested to come with her Ray Bladine, if I'm not sure I'm pronouncing his name right. Is that okay? Am I okay? And he was the executive director. So I don't believe you've heard from Ray before. And of course, I really want to hear from Ray too, to see you know, how his job went with the commission and what that relationship was, and how well they worked together. So thank you so much. And I'm, without further ado, take it away, Colleen.
Well, thank you, Sue. Can you all hear me okay? Excellent. It's a delight to be back. And I think I spoke with you in September. And so happy to be here again, and this time with our executive director, as Sue noted, Ray Bladeen. I thought we'd start, and I feel badly. I know you guys just came off of a heavy panel with really great experts on legal. If you do need a break, you know, I'm happy that we can let you do that for 5 minutes. I feel a little bit badly, but otherwise I'll just keep going. All right, I see in head nods. So I thought I'd share my screen just to level set everybody. A few of these slides you saw last time, but not all of them. And I just thought it might be helpful if I can pull that up and just orient people to the Grand Canyon State for a minute. Let's see if I can find it. I don't know if you can see the screen yet.
I can.
You can, okay. Hoping it is it doing in the slide show mode? Okay. And Ray, can you hear me? Are you there?
Yes, I can hear you. Can you hear
me? Oh, good, because I can't see you. So, so Ray was the executive director, and a fun fact about him is he actually applied to be the chair of the commission, just like me. As you might recall, in Arizona, we have 5 commissioners total, 2 Republicans, 2 Democrats, and an independent who serves as chair. The independent can be from any party that's not a Republican or a Democrat. So they can be libertarian or green or anything. I happen to be unaffiliated. Ray also applied to serve. We're volunteers here in Arizona, not paid, and both wanted to give back. I think we shared that belief, and that's how to know Ray was in the back rooms while we're waiting to be interviewed by the various folks that were interviewing us, and just got to talking to him and liked him so much. And frankly, if I were voting, I would have voted for Ray for chair. He is just an amazing guy and has a ton of experience in Arizona, having worked for the city of Phoenix for over 30 years. So a true government and public servant, and just knows a ton. So we're happy to also answer questions after this, of course, but I thought I'd just get through a few of the slides to remind everybody about our process a little bit, and maybe it'll spur some ideas that you want to ask us. And again, I know we only have an hour, and so if we need to answer questions later, we're happy to do that. So today, just a quick overview on the process, our results, and some lessons learned that I hope will be helpful to the Michigan commissioners. Hiring key staff is, of course, job one. When I was sworn in March 1st of 2011, it was just me and the other 4 commissioners. We were given counsel by the state of Arizona. So a gentleman from the Arizona Attorney General's office was on loan to us to get started and up and running. But we're essentially starting up a state agency from scratch. So there's a ton of things, as you all know, to do when you first start out. And so that's mainly fell on the chair. So I didn't have an executive director, but I was also loaned by the state, someone from the Department of Administration. So some various government staffers that were associated with the state of Arizona helped us find office space and hire people, everything you need to do to just start a business, so to speak. So I was very motivated to get our executive director hired, and our other commissioners were too. It's just job one. And so as soon as we could do that, we got around to putting together a detailed, RFP, a job description of what we wanted to hire. I actually reached out to Ray because I thought, I don't know if Ray would even consider serving as executive director, but because I had gotten to know him through his application as chair, I just thought, oh, what a wonderful human being to have serving this commission and the state. And I reached out sheepishly and said, Ray, is there any chance you'd consider applying? And the good news about being the executive director and a staff of the commission is you actually get paid. So I thought there maybe be an incentive there, but Ray isn't motivated by pay. When you get to know him, he's just great, as I mentioned earlier. So you see him there on the right, and maybe you can see him in your screens. I can't see him, but that's Ray on the right, and that's our deputy executive director whom he hired, Christina Gomez. And the two of them, I think he refers to themselves as Mutt and Jeff, but they just crushed it. They were really great people to work with and did a ton of things, and I'm going to show you that in a second. Another thing though is after we got Ray on board, we had to hire the major players to help serve the commission. And those are the legal consultants, which you just heard a lot about from your previous panel, and the technical consultants, which is the mapping firm. So in our case, legal consultants consisted of two sets of lawyers. We ended up going with a Republican leaning lawyer, so to speak, and a Democratic leaning lawyer, so to speak, because that's how the folks on our commission wanted to run this. The previous commission that Arizona had, the independent commission we had from 2000 to 2010 did it that way, and our commission ended up doing the same thing. They represent all 5 commissioners, though. It's not like just the Republican commissioners council represented Republicans and vice versa. They represent the body as a whole. We also had hired a VRA expert because, as you know, the Voting Rights Act is a federally mandated criteria that you have to comply with. Arizona had that additional hurdle. We were a fully covered jurisdiction under Section 5, and that meant we had to, have our maps pre-cleared by the Department of Justice before they could be used, which added 3 months to the timeline. So the fact that you heard, that Section 5 is no longer enforceable since the Shelby County case, that kind of, frees up a lot of a time for this next commission that's going to have to still comply with the Voting Rights Act, as you heard, but they won't have to go through that whole pre-clearance process. But we hired an expert to help us because, and the person we hired had actually been on the receiving end of Arizona's submission 10 years ago. So he worked at the Justice Department and knew the things that they look for and the kinds of analyses they want to see. And you heard about the racially polarized voting analysis that has to get done. And you'll see there on the screen too, we hired a person to do that, a third party to validate kind of what our maps had already been put together, but we wanted third-party validation of our analysis to ensure that we would pass pre-clearance. To me, it was a stated goal from the very beginning, and my fellow commissioners agreed. Arizona had never passed pre-clearance on the first try. And my goal was, let's get this done right the first time, everybody, on both maps, the congressional district map and the legislative district map. We draw 2 sets as well. So they both have to be pre-cleared. Anyway, we had a bit of a dream team, so to speak, because we did that. We actually achieved this. It was the first time in Arizona history, both maps pre-cleared. So if to the extent your commission needs any advice on legal counsel, I know that the team that helped us would be glad to advise you in any way. They were truly exceptional, as were our technical consultants. So I know that we can give you advice in that regard. So when we were getting started for this presentation today, I also talked to Ray ahead of time and said, hey, tell me, let's go back and think of all the things you did as the executive director. And this is the list that he came up with. And there's more. The last one there is catch-all because it's essentially, you do everything else that's requested by commissioners, lawyers, technical consultants, and the public. So it's a huge role. I know Sue can appreciate this, serving your commission. And Ray only had to deal with, 5 of us. Sue's got a lot more of you guys. So I know it's a big load, and but it's so important. It is just, he's the glue, and he and his deputy executive director, they really held it all together and kept things going on time. And Ray, I don't know if you want to say a few words at this point or correct anything I've said so far, but please feel free.
I probably need to correct one thing.
Okay.
When you introduced me, they might think I walk on water. I tried that and I got wet. No, I think.
But you do.
Well, no. Anyway, I just wanted to point out that I saw the role from the beginning as doing the best I could to free up the commission from all the administrative activities that a commission's going to get involved in. I thought it important that the commissioners had time to really focus in on the mapping, knowing the community, and thinking about how they were going to do the best map for the state. So I try to list out the things that I got involved in. Other jurisdictions might want to do it differently, but I do think the key thing is that when a new commission comes in, there's no help, and there's this sense that you have to do it all yourself. I had a discussion a couple of weeks ago with the new chair of the Arizona Commission, and that's the way she felt is, now what do I do? I'm the only one. So she is moving to hire the executive director. So you're a step ahead, and all I would do is encourage you to develop a good plan and working relationship to spin off as much as you can to the executive director so you have more time. Besides, executive directors get paid, and I don't think you guys do. I know in Arizona we don't. So, Colleen?
Sure. Ray, I don't know if you can see the screen, and these are just some of the tasks that Ray kind of threw out there, but budget preparation and administration was a big part of the job. I know we had even an extra hurdle there because the legislature decided that we should be audited every month as a commission, and Ray.
Excuse me, Colleen, is there any chance
sorry.
you could put your presentation in presenter mode? It's a little bit.
I thought I had, sorry.
No problem. Thank you so much.
Thank you for letting me know. Let's see if we can get this going. Can you, yeah, how's that? Yeah, and good, and thank you, Commissioner, because the font was so tiny. I don't know how you guys could have read that. I mean, it's tiny as it is. So now at least you can see a little better. So yeah, this budget preparation and administration is a big one. And we were under a lot of scrutiny by the state and everyone. And, the whole point of this commission, you want to instill confidence in the public in what we're doing. And so we tried to be as transparent as possible with everything, with our record keeping, with all of it. So the budget was a big part of that, and we were audited monthly, and Ray and Christina did a fabulous job of kind of managing that. We also, even though that's an administrative task, there's a political component to this, of course. We had to go hat in hand to the legislature often to get more funding to defend ourselves in all the lawsuits. And so Ray, that was part of Ray's duties too. He would go in front of the legislature and meet and greet and talk to people and say, hey, can you give us some more money? And so that's, a big part of the role too. Otherwise we wouldn't, have a functioning commission. So he also did these things like coordinating possible meeting sites throughout the state. It's a big job too, administrative task that you're probably going to be going and doing. Although with COVID, I'm who knows how much you'll be doing online, but we ended up doing all this in person. So there's a lot of logistics involved in that. And, just really providing liaison services between the commissioners and the consultants. That was a very efficient way for us to work with our consultants. We all had access, of course, independently to both technical and legal consultants throughout the whole tenure of the commission, but Ray could really make things more efficient. And, I should mention too, with the open meeting law, he had to really liaise between commissioners themselves too. We couldn't all communicate with each other. As you probably know, you probably can't hit reply all on your emails or send an email to your whole commission. So Ray was really that focal point that, things went to him and then he could distribute to everybody. So big part of the role too. And then, I don't know if anybody's noticed some interesting ones on there, but we decided to go with a historic property for our office space, which I loved. It was a super cool place in Phoenix, but it also apparently had a ghost and a few inside that Ray also had to deal with. So it's soup to nuts, in terms of everything he did. And if anybody has questions on any of these later, we can talk about those during Q&A. But just briefly, on getting into the technical consultant side and mapping, these are just the criteria that Arizona had to follow. The first two you're going to be following too, and probably many of those last four you're probably following to some extent as well. But this is all laid out in our Arizona Constitution and provides a great guideline. And this is what we followed in terms of drawing those maps and creating the record to show that we were following those criteria. Communities of interest you've heard about, and it is a very important aspect to everything an independent commission does. It's in a way, it's kind of at the heart of it, because you're going to go out in all over Michigan and hear about communities of interest that maybe you'd never thought of before. I know that happened to us. And it was a wonderful part of the whole experience, frankly, is getting out into the field and talking to folks and hearing what they define as a community of interest. These are some examples of communities of interest that were given to our commission. Native American reservations. I know you have some in Michigan. We had 21 tribes in federally recognized tribes in Arizona. So it's a big part of our mapping. And it's kind of an unassailable, so to speak, community of interest because it's a sovereign nation with defined boundaries. So it's really easy to say, okay, we're going to keep that whole. It's a reservation. But all the other ones are pretty subject to interpretation. So you really have to listen to people and get them to tell you what those communities of interest are. Competitiveness is a criteria that Arizona has. I don't think Michigan has that to the extent, but we also have that criteria in ours. I showed this to you all last time, I wanted to bring it up again. This was the congressional district map for Arizona from the 2000 to 2010 timeframe. The first Arizona commission drew this map, and it's a great segue from that community of interest slide, because that two that you see floating there is because of a community of interest. So this is the Hopi tribe up in the middle of the Navajo Nation. The Hopi are completely surrounded by the Navajo. They didn't want to be in the same district as the Navajo at that time. That didn't happen under our commission. We ended up being able to draw them in the same district. But those are the kinds of things that you learn about when you go out and talk to people and they tell you what they want. And the commission has to listen to all of that input and come up with the best balance they can. And, to our action's credit, they respected that community of interest and they figured out a way through a dry wash to connect them to another area of the state because of the contiguousness requirement. But you can see that that's going to blow compactness out of the water. So that's another criteria. So you can begin to see, wow, what's more important and how do I balance all these things? And that's going to become a big part of your decision making when, as commissioners, as you start to go out and listen to people. So just keep that in mind. Keep an open mind, and then you try to do what you best you can to execute on the things that the public is telling you. But I can tell you a computer would never draw that map. So that just shows what an independent commission is capable of doing, and that's respecting communities of interest. Anything else on that I want to mention? I think that's it. So just the process itself, before drawing a single line, we went out and listened to people. And I would encourage your commission to do that. Our first commission in Arizona did that. They went out on a listening tour and we liked that idea. So we did the same thing. And our technical consultants went with us. We had already hired them by this point. And even though we hadn't drawn lines and weren't drawing lines, they came along and helped listen to that input, which was really, I think, instructive for them too, in the mapping process that we got to a little bit later. So July and August, we go all over the state. We traveled 29,000 miles total in two public rounds of hearings. The first round, the listening tour, and the second round later after we had a draft map. So these are the places we went and where Ray helped organize, meeting locations for us and the technical capabilities, because we wanted to stream all of our meetings. So there were a lot of logistics and planning associated with these tours. Also, at the end of that, our technical consultant put together some great statistics on what we heard, so that, and this slide came from one of their presentations, and it's to show you just an example of what we were hearing in that first round. How many people came up and spoke to us, what they were saying, what criteria specifically they were really focused on. And you can see communities of interest and competitiveness were the two criteria that really got a lot of attention from the public. But these kinds of things were super helpful to us as we began to try to assimilate all the input we were receiving. So at that point, have to do that listening tour. In our case, I don't know how your commission's handling it, but we actually were issued laptops by the state of Arizona, all 5 commissioners. And the software that we chose was Maptitude. And that got loaded onto our laptops so that commissioners could then draw their own maps. None of us were mapping experts, but our technical consultant provided training to us on using Maptitude, into one-on-one training with each commissioner. And they also trained the public. They also offered a couple public sessions to train them in case, there were really interested people who wanted to be able to use Maptitude and follow with our commission to the extent they could. So I thought that was a really useful thing that you all might want to consider. I'm not sure if each of you plan to do mapping or how that will be handled, but we did that ability. I certainly did not become a mapping expert, and any of us at any time could go to our technical consultants and say, hey, we want to see, XYZ, would you, draw this for us? And then we'd present it in session in the public meeting. So we could do it both ways. We could draw our own. We could also ask them to draw it for us. So this is just a kind of an outline of how we have very specific steps that we have to follow that are laid out in the Arizona Constitution. And it starts with a clean slate. We didn't start from that map I just showed you. We have to start from 0, and you do not consider any incumbent addresses at all. It's and then you start with this grid map, which is strictly just a map of the state, and I'll show you one in a second. But it's got 9 districts. We had to draw 9 districts and 30 legislative districts. But you start from a grid map where it's really just complying with equal population in each district, as well as compactness. But all the other criteria aren't factored in. So it's really just a computer generated starting point, so to speak. After adopting the grid maps, which we did in August 18th, as you can see in 2011. So I was sworn in. I'm just trying to give you guys a sense of the timeline because I know you're concerned probably about the late release of the census data. But to give you a sense there, since I was sworn in March, we didn't start drawing until August of that year. So there were a number of months. So I don't want you to panic yet, although I know it's probably getting pretty little antsy in terms of getting that data to you. But anyway, there's a lot of time there still that we didn't do any of the drawing. We went and listened to people, and I hope that you guys can do the same thing in Michigan. After adopting the grid maps, we met a whole bunch of times, adjust all those lines to reflect all the other criteria that we have to comply with, and then develop draft maps. The draft maps we take on the road for a second round of hearings so that we let people tell us everything we did right and wrong, and then ultimately adopt final maps. You can see our final map, tentative final maps were at the end of the year, December, and finally approved in January. And then we had that pre-clearance step. So then we had 3 more months of waiting to hear from the Justice Department if they were going to pre-clear our maps. So you won't have that built into your schedule either. So there is some wiggle room, and hopefully you guys can still get the job done on time without too much stress. So just a visual depiction, again, starting from the clean slate. And we draw the grid map in the upper left, then adjust for the additional criteria. And you can see our draft map that we took on the road there in the middle. And finally met again after that second round of hearings and made more adjustments. And this was our final map in the lower right. And that's what it looks like now in larger format. And this map did, as I said, pass pre-clearance. And it also was challenged, right after those maps pre-cleared, but was maintained. The map stayed the same for all 5 elections of the decade. So we never had to come back and redraw the map. Our legislative district map, same thing, except 30 districts, it's more complicated. And so took a little longer, I would say, to draw, but it ultimately also passed pre-clearance on the first try and stayed in place for the decade.
Colleen?
Yes.
I apologize for interrupting you. I just wanted to mention briefly that we're in the process of the bid process for our line mapping and drawing technical services consultant. So if you could not refer to you haven't, but just if you could just please not refer to your consultants by their company, it would be appreciated.
Totally.
Thank you.
Absolutely. And whatnot. Sure thing. And thanks for the reminder. So just results, the benefit of independent redistricting is engaging the public. It is getting their input into the process. And so to the extent you can maximize these numbers, more power to you. These were the statistics resulting from ours that Ray and Christina pulled together in terms of, at the end of the day, this was the kind of input we had. And the way we did that too, and I encourage you guys to have just as interactive a website as you can, a portal, so that all of you commissioners are accessible to the public. And the way we did that is, we streamed all of our meetings. We also transcribed all of our meetings, including executive sessions, which aren't posted on the website, but all of our public meetings and hearings, all those transcriptions were on the website, so that people who, are interested or weren't able to come to a meeting but wanted to could read what happened. They could, watch video. The videos were archived. They're still on the website, actually. So it was just a way to ensure that the public could still participate even if they weren't there in person. And so this was just, it was one of the secret sauces, I think, to making sure our commission did well. And it also, the public could provide public comment. That would become part of the record through our website, and they could also submit maps. files and everything. And those got posted to the website as well. So there was just a ton of information, and I'd encourage you guys to do the same. So the key lessons are lessons that you probably are already well aware of, but these are just some that I thought of. I think, you know, if to the extent your commission can get to know each other as people, it was a lot harder with our commission, I will say, because we had five commissioners. So a quorum, you know, is 3. And so it's, you reach quorum very quickly. You really can't have out of public meeting or business meeting kinds of get-togethers, which is unfortunate, because I think the best way to move forward as a team is to get to know each other as people. And we weren't able to do that as much as I would have liked, but that's the way that went in Arizona with such a small commission. I hope your team's able to do that more. Hold public comment at all your meetings, and that's just a vital component to this. And we even, you know, we presented maps that they would bring in. If a commenter came in and said, hey, I've got a map, can you load this up and show you? Can we show it in the meeting? We'd say yes. And so that's a really great way to also encourage that engagement and have people feel, and it helps the commissioners, frankly, so that we can really see what they're talking about. Having a great judicial branch is really helpful, because unfortunately independent redistricting does not take away litigation. And so you might have some lawsuits, but hopefully you've created an excellent record that you can point to show how your decisions were made and why they were made the way they were. And having great press scrutiny. I don't know to the extent you're getting that now in Michigan, but really somebody who's paying attention and reporting accurately to the public. It's a really important role, and becomes kind of part of that record. And then and hire well. That's, you know, as I said, that's I think why we did so well. Frankly, you know, we had a number of lawsuits brought. There were 5 total over the decade, and we won all. The commission won all 5 of them. So it was a clean sweep, and we were really fortunate, and I attribute that to the excellent team. So I don't know, Ray, if there's anything else that you want to say here, and then we're happy to answer, of course, questions specific to anything we can help you with. We're happy to.
I would just mention when you were talking about how we went out and did the hearings, the consultant we hired took minutes at each one of those, just really dot points of what they heard, and then provided that as a public document and also to the commission. And I think that was helpful also, to just have everybody take a look at least one view of what was said at the meeting and what was important.
Great point. Are there questions from any commissioners? Or any, yeah, if you're curious about anything, we're happy to.
I would mention, just to put it, I don't know what your financial situation is in terms of staffing, but Arizona spent about $12 million on the commission before ours, and the Legislative Budget Council had said we probably would spend the same amount, 12 million. But our first year, the legislature only allocated 500,000. And that is kind of the way our life went. It was always going back to them for more money, supplemental appropriations. And probably, I don't remember exactly, but I think we were somewhere around 12, 13 million by the time we were done. We had a staff of, at a peak of about 9 people, and 4 of them were community resource people that went out and helped set up the meetings and coordinate. We had 1 PIO person, a deputy director, and a kind of a budget bill paying position also. I think that we probably were staffed about right. Everybody had to spend a lot of time at work, but everybody enjoyed what we were doing. It was a very pleasant experience, even though it got some real tough days and some tough things to do, but we all felt we were a part of something very important. And with that, I'll leave it.
Hey, Anthony.
Thank you guys for this presentation. This was very informative, and I think I speak for all of us when I say that all of us are definitely going to use this information to try to make you all proud and continue the work that you guys started. The budget is definitely something that I think is on everyone's mind. Currently, we're funded for about, it would be about 25% of what you guys were funded at 12 million. And I think eventually we will have to go and ask for more money. So any advice you guys have on that, on best practices would be great. We're also in the process of reaching out to communities and deciding, where to go, and just trying to reach out to as many people as possible. I'm wondering, at your meetings, did you guys have any criteria to make sure the public that was coming through to give their opinion was acting in good faith, like to make sure they lived in the communities that they said they were living in, and stuff like that?
Well, I think Ray should answer your budget question, but I would be happy to address that other question. It's a really good one about communities of interest, for instance. Not all communities of interest are equal, so to speak, in that. And what I mean is, I mentioned Native American reservations as being sort of a, it's hard to argue with a reservation that's a defined boundary. It's obvious, and it's a sovereign nation. So other times though, people would come to us in public session and say, my community of interest, and I'll give you this example because it was a great one. We had a gentleman come up and address the commission and tell us his community of interest, and it was essentially the boundaries which he defined as driving from his home to a Chinese that he really liked for dinner, and then to his work. And it was this little triangle, and he was giggling as he was giving the testimony. And it was clear that this was not a legitimate community of interest in a traditional sense of the definition and spirit of the term. And so it was a lighthearted moment because we were all sort of laughing because everyone realized there must be a motive behind this particular community of interest. And so I think all of you commissioners should be, I guess, just on alert for things like that. And sometimes it'll be obvious and sometimes not. We did ask everyone to identify themselves, spell their last names, and say who they were representing. If they were representing someone, sometimes it was just self, which is totally great. But if you are representing people, be authentic and honest with everybody about who you are, and because that allows the commissioners to take that input to heart and understand it. Whereas if you're trying to obfuscate things, your testimony becomes less trustworthy, frankly. And you kind of feel like, well, I don't really buy that, and I'm not going to take that into my account as a commissioner. And that can happen. So really, if people are representing a certain partisan interest, they should just say so. And so we always encourage that. But yes, you should definitely, during public comment, ask for that and have people self-identify. And Ray, anything on the budget that you would add there?
I would.
Best practices or?
Yeah, I think what we did learn, and I'm not sure it applies to all commissions, but that first of all, we didn't have a very friendly legislature to the commission. I think they still felt they should be the ones doing the line drawing. So
I think that's a fair assessment, Ray, given that they sued our commission. So,
So anyway, I think one of the two things that were important in getting additional appropriations was, one, establishing some form of rapport with the Speaker of the House, the President of the Senate, and the two budget chair. And we did that early to give them a heads up that there's no way we saw that this was going to be enough financing, and gave them a detailed budget for the amount of money we had allocated. And then we told them we'd come back with better figures. We worked with the Legislative Budget Committee, which they trust, the legislature, and asked them to kind of help us how best to formulate and present the information. Then once we kind of got established some rapport, we felt it was very important to be transparent to them too, that they would know that what we told them was true. And I can remember the President of the Senate saying, gee, do you need all those people? This was towards the end. And I said, honestly, right now, no. And as long as we don't have a lawsuit and have to go out and do hearings again, we wouldn't need them. And I think he was surprised that I answered, yeah, we're overstaffed. But he also understood that it wasn't time to cut back and lose everybody until we knew where we were going to be. We gave them probably, if not monthly during the peak activity, at least once every couple months, updated information. We did send them our expenditures. And as Colleen pointed out, at one point, the legislature wanted us to have the state comptroller every month go through of all of our bills to find out if they were legal or not legal. And frankly, we had a good working relationship with the comptroller, and he gave us the rules up front and we followed them. And so we never had an issue with that. But I don't know how this fits into your situation, but I don't know how you're going to be able to, frankly, to do much with the kind of money you have, given in our state that just the travel alone is a huge amount of money. And if you don't do the travel, I think it's hard to say that you listened to the people and drew the maps that way. So I don't know if that helps, Anthony, but that's kind of my perspective.
No, that definitely helps. You know, we will that work, it was done by who was that done by primarily?
Primarily by myself and Christina, and it could be done by anybody that the commission thought was at the right. I think at one time or the last commission, the chair did a lot of that, but I think that we decided early on that when the legislature decided to remove Colleen and the Supreme Court put her back in, that probably she's not the one they wanted to see. So, not that I'm
very diplomatic,
but I was neutral. So that's why we did it.
Very diplomatic there, Ray.
Yeah, I have a question for Colleen.
Sure.
And this is geared toward your slide on process. It appears to me that you did a top-down approach by taking the state and then dividing it into, what was it, 9 districts?
Mm-hmm. On the
and then from there manipulated the districts to get your final maps.
Right.
When we talked to California a week or so ago, I characterized their approach as a bottom-up approach compared to your top-down approach, where they identified, and they recommend doing it this way. They identified communities of interest and then building out from there to get the districts. So 2 different approaches. And I wanted to get your comments on why you took the approach you did and how difficult it was to do it that way. And would you recommend doing it California's way?
So we actually, it's interesting. It's a great question. So in the Arizona Constitution, those steps that are outlined, we have to start with this grid map, so to speak. You start with the clean slate, but then you, just to get the population onto the map, so to speak, and the districts onto the map, they require this grid map step. But after that, everything is sort of adjusted to deal with all of the criterion you have to deal with. And so we knew, for instance, on the Voting Rights Act, we had 2 congressional districts that were considered minority districts that we knew we couldn't retrogress. You cannot weaken minority voting rights. And so we knew those 2 are sort of things that have to be in there, and pretty similar to what they were before. They can't be any weaker. So in a way, you end up kind of starting with those building blocks already. And to us, passing pre-clearance was key. And so we needed to get those on the map, and everybody felt this, all the commissioners agreed on that. So and this is sort of something I haven't talked about, but the Republicans on our commission and the Democrats kind of were working on different maps. They each had their own tracks, so to speak, and they would bring in and present, their ideas for districts. And it started going down this path of, it seemed like we were going to be producing 2 congressional district maps, and then I would be forced as chair to decide which one I liked better. And I just thought, this is a disaster, a train wreck coming. So I don't want to do that. We need to get onto the same map. So what I did is worked with our mapping consultant and told them what I wanted to see. I took elements of both the Republican, so to speak, district map and the Democratic district map, and kind of put into the areas that I thought that I liked from both maps, aspects of both maps, onto one map, and then had our commission move forward and work further from there. So it was, and that was on the congressional, which is the first one we did. When we started the legislative district map, I didn't want that to happen again. So I said, let's start from one map from the beginning. We're all on the same map. And what was great is one of the Republican commissioners and one of the Democratic commissioners kind of worked together and got our 10, I don't know if they drew 9 initially or 10, but we ended up with 10 majority minority districts on the legislative district map first. So we started with those, so to speak, got them in place. Again, we're kind of based on the map that was previously done, in that we cannot retrogress. And you also have to factor in new population that has come into the state in the past 10 years, because maybe some of those majority minority districts have shifted a little bit or changed based on population. So, but we did kind of start with those elements, mainly though from a voting rights compliance perspective, I would say. And the communities, the other thing that we also looked at were those Native American reservations. We got those on the map too from the beginning, because those are just really easily definable communities of interest. And we knew those needed to pretty much stay whole. So it's a little like California's approach in that way, getting the voting rights districts and the community, those specific communities of interest, like the Native American reservations, intact and on the map whole. But from there, then we definitely were adjusting the map all over the place based on other input on communities of interest, or compactness, or to the extent we could keep counties whole, we would try to do that. It's a huge balancing act, and as you'll find out, you move one line thinking, okay, we're going to see if we could just make this, we could accommodate this particular flood or district, which, we had gotten input that a fire district wanted to stay whole. And you do that, and a bunch of other things happen. And so it really does become a balancing act, and the commissioners will have to decide how they want.
So if you had complete flexibility to do it whatever way you wanted from the beginning, would you take the top-down approach or the bottom-up approach, given your experience?
Well, it's a great question. I think
I'd comment that starting with the grid map, which all it is population, dividing the whole state by population, is really building it from the ground up. And I'm sure, as Colleen will recall, when we first put out the grid map, people thought, you're nuts. You've broken up our neighborhood. You've broken up this. You haven't. But the grid map was required by the state constitution. And all it did was make sure you had districts that were equal population. Then after that, you start building on it, as Colleen was saying. So I think when you get done, you're not that much different than what California did, except they went out and gathered the information because they didn't need to do the grid map. We did the grid map because we had to. Then we went out and tried to figure out the communities of interest.
Yeah, that's a good way to say it, Ray.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay.
Now,
Now,
and I don't know how that came about, the whole grid map thing, but that's just the steps in the.
well, you were required to do it. You didn't have a choice.
No.
Right.
Yeah. Now we have 3 maps we have to draw: the congressional, the state legislature, and the state senate. When you did I think you mentioned 2 that you did, the state legislature and the congressional. When you did those, did you do them independently of each other, or is it beneficial to do one first because it builds on the other?
Good question. So we started with the congressional district map, frankly, because we thought it would be easier. We only had to draw 9 districts. So you take total population and divide by 9. And so our bogey was, was somewhere around 710,000 per district, maybe 224 if memory serves, but I can't remember specifically. Anyway, so all 9 districts had to have that exact number of people in them. And so we started with that map. As we got further down into the process of that map, though, then we did start the legislative district map. So we didn't finish the congressional and then start the legislative. At some point, midstream, we did start thinking and talking about the legislative district map because we knew it was it was looming, and we knew we had to get cracking on it because it's definitely a more complicated map.
One last question. How did you interface with your map drawers? The commission interface with them? What process did you use?
Good question. So as I mentioned, each of our commissioners had the mapping software that we had chosen as a commission loaded onto laptops issued by the state for us for our use. And then our mapping consultant trained each of us in that software, and also the public to bring them along with us, to whoever wanted to be in a part of it. From that point forward, we, as a body of 5, each of us had access to the mapping consultant anytime and could go to them and say, hey, I want to explore, this area of Arizona. I want to look at, the northeast corner and do X, Y, Z. So we could call them by ourselves and, just work independently with them if we wanted to. Or we could, draw our own maps and bring them in for presentation at the public meetings. They kept a log of all of their contacts with not only commissioners, but also public. If a member of the public came to them and wanted them to draw something, or a member of the press, for instance, just anybody, they would comply with that. So they kept a log of everybody that came to them requesting a service. And we also, as we got deeper into the mapping process, we realized, this is getting tight because you're going to find that there's a big time crunch, and you're going to be meeting daily. At least we were trying to get everything done and in time to get it out on the road and take it out for public comment. And for instance, like Ray and Christina had already set up the second round of hearings, and we needed to be in a certain part of the state in a few days, and we hadn't finished our map to take it on the road. So it was crunch time. So we were meeting on weekends and pretty much every day. And Ray would serve as kind of a conduit where if we wanted, and this would happen where the end of the day on a Saturday, we would say, gosh, I really want to, at our next meeting, we need to see, something, or a commissioner would go home and work on something and say, come back and say, I want to present this at the next meeting. They could email Ray, and Ray would serve as that kind of distribution point to share with the mapping consultant, and say, here, map consultant, here's something from Commissioner Mathis. She'd like to have this ready for tomorrow. Can you get it done? And then I would be the one that presents that in the public session the next day. And so the mapping consultant sometimes was working, through the night, frankly, to get stuff done during that crunch period, because it was all hands on deck. And so, so we had that independent access ourselves to the mapping consultants, but Ray also served as kind of I don't know how would you describe it, Ray? A collection point too, to just to be able to communicate and ensure that the other commissioners knew what had been requested by me or by another commissioner.
But your mapping consultants kept the master map, and
Yeah.
the commission would vote and say these changes are authorized, and then they would make it to the master.
Yes, all of anytime we any commissioner had an idea or a what if scenario or a thought, they would present that in public session, and our mapping consultant would be there drawing those lines, even adjusting them further from what they had already prepared ahead of the meeting based on whatever the commissioner had requested. And that's a really important point, is these technical consultants are acting at the behest of the commissioners. They aren't drawing their own maps. They are strictly taking our commands, so to speak. I mean, we're the bosses, and we tell them what we want, and then they execute. And that's all done in public session, and that's all it's by design. That's part of the whole transparency side of independent redistricting, so that people can see how adjusting those lines, the decisions that were made are recorded and they're voted on, in public session. So that's the basis of it. I don't know, Ray, if you have additional points on that in terms of how you interfaced with consultants, either legal or technical.
I think the one thing towards the end, it got hard for the consultants to figure out which things were to be done first. And that's probably where I tried to prioritize and be a clearance. That required me to talk to the chair and perhaps another, member of the commission, so that we could reasonably get what we expected from the mapping consultants. So it was really towards the end when it really got tight that I had to try to help prioritize what it was that needed to be done.
That's the only questions I have.
I want to kind of jump in. Thank you so much, Colleen. I'm not trying to be rude. I was just wondering how folks were feeling about time, and I know that we have still new business to cover. So I know that we also have access to you and to Ray. Yeah.
We do, anytime. We are totally happy to help divulge any nuggets we can that will be of assistance to you guys.
This was really helpful, because it feels like the hands-on work when we get a chance to hear from you and do a bit of the continuing education piece. So I think, I don't know, it was very helpful and meaningful for me. Again, commissioners, I'm sorry if you had other questions, but I was watching time, and I know that we have some things that are gonna bring some discussion as well. So, Steve.
All right. Likewise, Colleen and Ray, we appreciate very much your taking time out of your busy schedules to be here, and as always, an excellent presentation. Even though we're short on time, we've been going at it, and we're going to take 10 minutes as a break. We'll be back at 4:25.
Happy birthday, Ray, by the way. Looks like you have a birthday balloon behind you.
Oh, you got good eyes. Good eyes. 77.
Congratulations.
Thank you. I started with redistricting in my 60s and ended up in my 70s from ending.
That's cool. Thanks for being here.
Sure.
Ray, since you're still on, this is Edward. I'm the Communications and Outreach Director. Any tidbits you can give me that's worked well for you all in Arizona?
Well, we certainly at the front end tried to identify the various community groups representing particularly minority or special ethnic groups at the front end and got them on a mailing list. And then tried to make sure they got meeting agendas before the meeting. They got copies of the material that came out at the meetings. Then we made it clear that we were available to anybody to go out and talk either. And mostly that was done by me or Christina, primarily because it's hard for commissioners to do that when they're busy working. I think we had a public information officer, but it really didn't work for us. The person was more into the written communication and he was a good writer, but he really didn't know how to handle the press or work with community groups. So we kept him pretty much on the written stuff. And I'd had experience working in Phoenix and the Hispanic and Black housing projects, and I was involved in enough controversies at the city council mayor level that I had a decent, I won't say I'm great, but I had a decent idea of how to meet with the press and get your thing out and try to be careful. But main thing is reaching out to whatever groups you could identify that you know would have an interest, I think.
All right. I'll give you a call and maybe we
Okay.
could talk a little more later.
You want the
Thank
phone
you so
number?
much. I appreciate you being here.
Oh, I'm glad to do it. And I would be happy to have a call, email, whatever can help.
Thank you.
All right, go get some water.
I will.
All right.
Plenty behind me.
Oh, I see that.
Rhonda, did you get your computer to work? Were you able to log in with your state computer eventually?
No, I didn't. I don't know if it's because I logged in on my personal computer and then went to log in on that one. I'm not sure, but it would let me bring up my email, but it wouldn't do the VPN thing. So I'm bedazzled.
When you got your computer, I get mine set up tomorrow, but when you got yours, did they have to load Zoom or was it already on there?
I don't think it's on it.
And you don't need to load, like it's just a sort of a web app, Doug. So it's not a specific like authorized program that needs to be specially installed.
Okay. So you just click the link that Sarah sends. Okay.
Rhonda, I was going to offer that when my field representative was helping me with my set up the laptop, he suggested that there was a second, like the first time it crashed, meaning we did the VPN and the log, or excuse me, whatever that code is that you have to do to get to the VPN, that it wouldn't authenticate the first time. So we did it twice. And the second, meaning it crashed, we unloaded, or I wish I could remember exactly the steps, but something was clearly, the first time it did it is an error. So if that didn't happen with you and you were setting up with your field representative, it might be a nice, that's the only thing I can think of is that it, I've had no app issues since then.
I've had none since it's been set up, and actually 2 hours before the meeting, I was logged in and it logged in just fine, but it was right before. So I don't know if it's because I got 2 computers going. Maybe it was like, no, you can't do that. I'm not sure, but I'll play with it once we're done.
Good luck. You'll get it. You'll get it.
Or I'll call for help, support.
Right on.
Okay, looks like at least all the commissioners are back. Dustin, where are you?
Right
here. Bring us up to date on our line drawing committee report, please.
Yep. Okay. So on Tuesday, Steve and myself and Aaron all met to discuss the RFPs that we received. There were 4. One of them was submitted late, so we didn't really even look at that one. We looked at 3 of them, one for election data services, Haystack, and I believe the other one was Redistricting Partners. Out of those particular 2 or 3, we narrowed it down to 2, election data services and Haystack. We all felt strongly that these 2 pieces of software for drawing the district lines were top notch and stood out more than the other one. I believe Aaron and I thought that election data services stood out the most. I think Steve, you said Haystack was your nod in your direction. With that being said, election data services to me seems like it's well, again, this is just my personal opinion at this particular point in time. More in line with what we're trying to do. One, they're trying to put together a team of people that are also Republican, Democrat, and Independent, much like how we are designed. They offer the program to us to use, whether it be web-based or on a computer itself or both. You don't necessarily need to be on the internet to use the software, because I would imagine it would download once you have a chance to get into the program at one particular point, get the latest updates that were drawn, so you can bring it to the road and tweak with it. They also offer training to all of us to learn the ins and outs of the programs. There's also a public aspect of it, to the point where I believe they make portals or some sort of portal where the public can actually go in and take a look at the maps and also play around with the maps themselves. And the fact that we can actually go in and play around, I know that was a point of contention with all of us in regards to the drawing of the software for drawing the district lines. The amount of data that I saw in that RFP for election data services is mind-boggling. Like they were any kind of parameter that you could possibly think of is in there. Moving on to Haystack, they are also very strong contenders. They also provided lots of data, lots of parameters. The only thing is that, and this is why it only scored 2 points lower than election data services with me, is they highly recommend that we do not have access to the program itself, which kind of was off-putting to me. Lastly, in regards to pricing, I mean, there's no real way to put it. These are going to be expensive. Election data services without travel costs for the technicians to come out and meet with us, work with us, it's $949,000. With travel costs, they are, I believe, estimating it to be $989,000. Haystack without travel costs, my notes here say $933,368. And with travel cost, it would be well above the $1 million. Now, again, these are going to be expensive no matter what. And when we're dealing with programs that are that expensive, $50,000 in difference is really not that big of a difference, in my opinion. And we would like to extend an invitation for both election data services and Haystack to give a presentation about both of their software next week on the 4th. so we can actually ask questions and everyone will be able to get a feel for the applications. What else? Since the actual presentations are going to be quite lengthy, and we're going to have a pretty long question and answer session, I would imagine, after each presents their software packages to us. I would also want to have a motion be placed on the table after I'm done that would extend the meeting from noon until 2, just so that we have the ability to give them the full presentation time as well as question and answer sessions. I would highly recommend that everyone would go through the RFPs for both Election Data Services and Haystack. They both have their own pros and cons, but either or, whichever one we choose, I'm happy with, except for the one caveat of not having the ability to go in and play around with the maps with ourselves. And I think that's it for me. It was a relatively short meeting. We were allocated 2 hours for it, and we were done in 30 minutes. So,
Aaron, do you have anything to add?
The only thing I thought would be to just let them know the price difference between Redistricting Partners, which was the third one, and the other two, because it's such a drastic difference.
True. Yeah, well, the one that was late, we didn't really even look at. I don't even think I have the dollar figure for it. Let me check. No, but Redistricting Partners was $438,000, so about half in cost. But there were hourly pricing as well that we would have to be billed for, and it's what was it, about $2,500 to $4,500 per hour, I believe, if I remember right. Sue, I think you had that.
They attend meetings. Depending on which person from their team attends the meetings, the range was $2,500 to $4,500 per day. So, for example, to come to all the public hearings, if they were held in person, that would significantly add some costs.
And then that Redistricting Partners was also, it scored below, I believe it was an 80 for the threshold. So there wasn't really any discussion about it. We were basically going over the 2 top contenders, which were Election Data Services and Haystack DNA.
Aaron.
The only other thing I would add to that is that the lead for Redistricting Partners is Connie Malloy, and she was, if I remember correctly, on the California Commission, and she is located, if I remember correctly, here in Michigan. So that was the only other thing I would add to that. But that's it.
Rhonda. I'm not ignoring you, Cynthia. Rhonda had her hand up.
Oh, that was earlier before they were done. I was just going to say that I did watch your guys' meeting and all the information and reviewed them, and I'm on the same page with the Election Data Services and the Haystack, and I'm kind of on the same page with Dustin about the Election Data Services and how they're offering each independent commissioner, if they so choose, to go in and look at it. So I think those are both great selections, and I was going to move that we proceed with having them come in, but I'll wait and see if anybody's got anything else.
Well, we're bringing that motion from the committee, so it doesn't need a second, and we'll vote on that as soon as the discussion's over. Cynthia.
I don't need to say anything now.
Oh, come on. Anthony.
Yeah, excuse me. I was gonna say pretty much exactly what Rhonda said. I also went over all 3 RFPs, and even before I watched the meeting, I came to the same conclusion of the top 2. I had Haystack slightly lower than Redistricting Partners, but the capabilities of both seem the same or similar at least. However, the ability to go through and see the data myself and be able to use the tools is something that's important to me. I do wonder, did they, and this is something we can ask them next when they come in, but did they give a rationale on why Haystack didn't want us to have access to it?
Anthony,
they
that was
did.
my question too.
Yeah, they did. Their position was that they're the experts at the line drawing, and that they would take anything that you wanted them to do, and they'll do it. And their thought process was that, don't spend your time, us, the commission, don't spend the time trying to figure out how to technically put some line somewhere. Spend your time determining from the point of view of establishing the communities of interest where you need to be. Then they'll figure out where to put the lines. So that was their thought. We have a time crunch today, folks. And really what we're here today or right now with this to do is simply, is everybody on board with bringing them in and having them make a presentation? And then we can discuss it at length after we have that. It's not going to do us a lot of good to do a lot of discussion here today before the presentation. So the motion brought by the committee is to have them brought in next week. We're still on board with that, right, Sue? Okay, doesn't need a second because it's from the committee. So if you are in favor, raise your hand. Passes unanimously. We'll get them in here. Now,
go ahead. I was going to say, then I'd like to also add the motion to extend our meeting time from noon until 2 on the 4th.
Yeah, we were going to extend. Is that good with everybody? Nod your head. Good with everybody. Set the meeting up, and we'll have to notice it out appropriately before then. Right, Julianne?
Yes.
Okay. VRA Legal Counsel, we're having some difficulties getting anybody to apply. Sue.
Oh, I'll take this, Mr. Chair.
Oh, I'm sorry. Go right ahead. I didn't want to step on you.
Oh, no, that's perfectly fine. So unfortunately, we did not receive bids for our first issued RFP. What we're requesting the commission adopt is a resolution to authorize the posting of a second RFP. The distinction being that we've extracted the racially polarized voting consultant. So the attorneys bidding on this RFP will not be required to hire a racially polarized voting consultant as part of this contract. It could be added on to the contract or it could be sought separately later. But we thought the first step would be to rebid competitively this VRA council. So the changes in the document, again, all I did was extract the RPV references. There were 6 references in the document and I removed those. The other changes would be to the timeline on the first page. And then we added a cover sheet, a summary sheet, pardon me, of key deliverables that clearly sets forth on the second page what key deliverable 1 is and what key deliverable 2 is. So it really draws the attorneys or the law firms or whomever will be bidding on this attention to what we're asking for throughout the document, because it is a larger document. And the last comments I would make is on the proposal deadlines that are listed. We've given another day for the staff to work on the questions. So those would be due Tuesday, March 2nd. The responses would be due Friday, March 5th. The proposal deadline should be reflected Wednesday, March 17th, which anticipated contract begin date of Monday, April 5th. And that's consistent with the time spread in the first RFP. But that's our ask of you today. If you would grant us the authority to post that on the website tomorrow and put it out for rebid. Thank you.
Are we going to check with, say, California and Arizona? They mentioned some people. Are we going to check with them and see who they might suggest would be someone that we could send our RFP to?
Correct. That's an excellent question. So we've done some outreach on maybe why the RFP didn't get bid on and gotten some feedback on that, and also thought of different firms who operate in this area that we could make sure we're directed to the RFP through the state's process. And I know Mr. Bassett said that he flagged a number of tags in their procurement system. I apologize if I'm not using the proper words for those listening that do know the proper words, but no, we're definitely doing additional outreach.
And we don't have to restrict ourselves to Michigan since Voting Right Act attorneys are nationwide.
No, it's not restricted to Michigan lawyers at all. You just have to be in good standing.
Hopefully. All right. Doug.
Yeah, quick question for Juliana. Julianne, and I think you maybe mentioned this, did we get feedback that we should split this into two? That we were asking for too much out of the first RFP?
It's difficult to know directly why people didn't respond, but we did receive varied feedback that could have been one of the factors.
Okay.
So we thought the first step would be prudent to take securing counsel and then working with them either to add it on or to seek it separately. Because again, the RPV consultants, as the panel indicated earlier, they're not always lawyers. A lot of times they have different backgrounds. So there's more flexibility maybe. We're trying to give ourselves more flexibility.
Okay, great. Thanks.
Okay, I would entertain a motion to.
I believe Aaron, Mr. Chair, I apologize.
Oh, I'm sorry. Aaron.
Oops. I just wanted to, as a point of information, I guess, is to let everyone know that election data services did offer a Voting Rights Act attorney, and apparently Dr. Lisa Hanley is premier racial block voting expert. Maybe we could send her a RFP invite.
Oh, so just a slight, Dr. Blanding is, she's an RPV analyst. She's, my understanding in reading that proposal was she's not an attorney, and that she would not be part of that contract if that vendor was selected. But certainly we did take note of that reference, Aaron, and they gave quite a bit of detail on her background. So moving forward with the RPV analyst, and in no way are we saying that an RPV analyst is not critical or important to the commission's work. It's at this point, we'd like to rebid just for the VRA council and then move forward incrementally.
Great. If there's nothing else, I would entertain a motion to adopt the recommendations of our council. Rhonda, you're making that motion. Okay, a second, please. Doug is a second. All in favor, raise your hand. It's adopted unanimously. Thank you, everybody. Question somewhere? Okay. Marketing contracts, Edward.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I appreciate this opportunity. At this time, I would like to invite Mike Brady to join us. He's the Chief Legal Director for the Michigan Department of State, to talk about the state's piggyback process.
Hello, good afternoon. Can you hear me?
We can hear you, Mike.
Wonderful. Nice to see you all. Well, actually, I see you all each week. I suppose nice to be seen, maybe. So Edward had asked me, Mr. Woods had asked me to come and speak about a process that exists in state law, certainly within the state of Michigan's procurement system, that allows, he used the term piggyback. I'm not sure that's the technical term, but I think it gives a good sense of it. Basically, it's something that I think has been developed over the years in response to basically wanting to ensure that the values that come from a fully just the values of transparency and integrity and competition that come from issuing an RFP and going through that process are maintained even when time demands, are tightened, and you may not have the same kind of allowance for that. So basically, the state, for certain types of things like communications, which is at issue here, but also things like accounting and printing and other things that are bound to come up in the normal course of operations, the state will periodically issue RFPs, requests for proposal, just as you have, very similar process, and they'll issue those out and they'll do a wide net. And it won't be for a specific project at that time. It'll be to have folks, they'll do this for this explicit purpose of having folks pre-qualified to go through that process and to get, all of the information they would need to do the first parts of any sort of RFP process. And so it's open, it's fair, it's competitive, it's transparent. They go through the scoring, they go through all these different things, and then they get a pre-qualification status, and they're set aside. And so then if a state department or ICRC or someone else finds themselves, all of a sudden, we need an accountant, we need a communications expert, and we don't want to go through the same time, the same process and take the same, the full time of issuing our own RFP, we still get the value of it being competitively bid and open and transparent, but we can draw from one that's pre-qualified, so it's already gone through those other processes. And then we would submit a specific, distinct scope of work, identifying our timeframes, our demands, everything else, and issue those out to folks who can then, respond and say, for this particular piece of work that you need done in the next 30 days, 60 days, 90 days, whatever it is, we can do it for X dollars. These are the people that we'd offer. This is kind of our proposal in response to that particular piece. So I think of it as being the same process, actually. It's what the state goes through, but segmented. The first part is done in advance, so you kind of have folks, again, pre-qualified, and then it allows the second part to go faster. If that makes sense, or if folks have any additional questions on that, or if Edward, there's something else that would be helpful for me to speak to there.
Mr. Chair, I don't know if anyone has any questions. I just want to make sure that everyone understands it's a competitive process. It's not sole sourcing. It's already been, properly vetted, as Mr. Brady has shared, and just want to make sure everyone's aware of how the state does this process.
Okay, anybody have any questions? All right. Revised proposed locations for public hearings.
Just a second, Mr. Chair. I have a couple of things I need approval for.
Well, okay.
Under marketing contracts. The first one is a critical mention.
Let me ask this question before we launch into this. We have 10 minutes left and we have a drop dead time. How long are you going to take?
If I can get this done in 2 minutes, I would be happy. I'll try to do it fast.
Okay. I just want you to know.
Okay, this we purchased critical mention. It's right there on the screen. It's regularly $4,000 for the license. If we get it by February 28th, it will be $1,000. I'm just asking for approval for this. It measures TV, radio, online news, licensed print. It tracks media coverage, and it will allow us to have the reports that we need for the redistricting process.
Hey, Rhonda?
I apologize, Edward. You said it's right there on the screen. Is there something that we're supposed to be seeing?
I'm sorry. There it is.
What I have a question. What does this do?
It's an upgraded Google Alerts. It gives you all of your news. It gives me the media reporters. It gives me track earned media coverage in real time as it relates to campaigns. Every time the Redistricting Commission is mentioned, we get it. Redistricting issues is mentioned. It's all a part of that. This is what the Secretary of State uses currently right now. as relates to their media tracking, reaching out to reporters. It also includes the social media. If we get a license, normally it's $4,000. They're giving us a discount of $2,000. If we purchase it by February 28, it's $1,000. Seeing that we don't have any budget, the only way I can get approval for money to be spent is to come to the commission.
So this would be something like what I classified as a clipping service. Somebody's out there watching and seeing what's going to be mentioned.
Correct.
Gets it to us. Okay. Rhonda.
So Edward, is this what you would use? I know the last meeting you were asked to kind of give us continuous sheets on articles that were done. So is this something that would help you do your job more efficiently?
Absolutely. It'd be more automated instead of doing all these different searches.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yeah, how often would this be used, Edward?
Every day?
Or every day? By you, just by yourself?
Well, I would have the license, correct.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, I personally see no problem with $1,000. There's nothing compared to some of the things we've been doing. So
I agree.
I'd put the motion forward that we approve it.
Have a second. There's a second by Richard. Any further discussion? All in favor, raise your hand. Pass unanimously. What else, Edward?
Yes, I'm gonna come up and share my screen one more time. Do that. And want to talk about key deliverable number 1. For the market research, we want to pull, only want to limit it to one item that we need. And that one item that we need is for the market research. We've provided a statement of work. We used the state's process. We reached out to 4 contractors that were on the state's list. We received 2 proposals, and we want to recommend Broggen and Partners for market research for $26,000. It provides a 600 representative sample. They use telephone and cell phone. The other one was only using internet access. And because of the digital divide in some of our areas, we felt going by the phone was the best way to go. It was $26,000 for the telephone, cell phone. It was $27,000 for the online access. The survey provides a margin of error of plus or minus 4% with a 95% level of confidence. The reason why we need this is because we need to have this foundation to do our marketing plans and prepare our promotional materials, having a representative sample across the state of Michigan.
I agree with Edward's assessment. I got a chance to look at some of the documentation, but I kind of jumped ahead of Doug and Rhonda's hand, so I apologize. Doug,
let me I'd like to propose that we table this until we can get to another meeting and spend a little more time on it and understand it better.
Motion to table, seconded by Rhonda. Any, well, all in favor to table, raise your hand. It passes unanimously. Be put on the table, be brought back at a later date. I'll leave it up to Edward to get it on the agenda the next, when he wants it back on the agenda. Rhonda, question.
Actually, I was going to make a quick comment if we don't mind. I see the next thing is the proposed location hearings. I would like to table that also because that's something that I have quite a bit of comment that I would like to make on that. And I see that we have to discuss doing a special meeting to discuss the census. So maybe we can combine these tabled things.
Yeah, we weren't going to get to the location today.
Right. So that's what I'm recommending that we
don't have to table it because we're not going to get to it. We're not going to start on it.
Okay, so I move that we table that until the next meeting that we can get to it.
Well, you want it at the next meeting, or you want it at the next meeting
we're
that
going to do
we can get to it?
What I'm saying is we're going to discuss a special meeting to go over the census. So is that something that we can discuss these other tabled items at also?
Oh, wait, who's doing the special discuss census?
I'm happy to do that. And to answer Commissioner Lang's question, yes, it would be a special meeting so we can add the marketing issue, as well as the locations for the public hearing to that meeting as well. And the date that we would like to propose, again, the meeting on 3/4 is going to be dedicated to the mapping presentation. So we would ask if there's availability on Friday, March 5th from 1 to 3 p.m. If the commissioners could set that date and time, we could bring back the communications issues and have the census discussion on that day as well.
Thank you for that clarification, Julianne.
What time would we, never mind.
Guys, I have a suggestion.
Yep.
So we originally had scheduled on March 2nd from 1 to 3, the meeting of the subcommittee to talk about the RFPs for the voting rights attorneys. Do we want to try to set aside time there on that Tuesday, because that was already sort of set up and we already had everything aligned in terms of interpreters and so on and so forth? Just a suggestion instead of the Friday, since that would already sort of budgeted on our time.
Can I comment on that one?
Sure.
Those are the makeup dates. March 3rd is the makeup date for pictures and videos. So I know there's at least, from what I'm told, 3 commissioners that will be in Lansing that day. So those times I don't think will work on the 3rd.
And the
I thought
other
she said
issues.
The 2nd, I think
The
it's
second,
the 2nd.
yeah, the
not
Tuesday.
3rd. Tuesday, the 2nd.
Oh, the 2nd. Okay.
Yep.
Not
But
the
I apologize, but in regard to the date on the 2nd, the translators have already been released on that date. So I'm not sure we would be ready for that date.
So we're
Although
looking-
that was a great suggestion, because
So we're
we
back-
thought that too. And unfortunately it didn't work out.
So we're back to March the 5th, which is a Friday.
Friday, yep.
At what time?
We're 1 to 3, 12 to 2. Is there a time that works that the commission would, it's up to the commission. Certainly, I'm just making suggestions.
Okay, so we're talking about the afternoon, sometime in the afternoon on March the 5th, which is a Friday. I know Dustin usually has some issues because of his employment. Dustin, where are you at on that?
I might be able to make that work. Since it's not also going to be very long, that should be fine.
Okay, anybody else want to chime in?
I like the 1 to 3 time slot personally.
Okay, so that's your motion?
I second.
Second, Brittany. So the motion is to meet on Friday, March the 5th from 3 to 5?
1 to 3.
No?
March 5th from 1 to 3.
1 to 3.
1 to 3, okay. All in favor, raise your hand. All opposed? You opposing, Anthony? No, okay. All right, March 5th, Friday, 1 to 3.
That'll be to discuss Edward's resolutions that he has on the table, as well as the census delay, correct?
Yes, the agenda will be circulated before the meeting for the commissioners.
And just so it's clear, this is going to be a public meeting.
Yes.
So the special session is under the section of your rules that, yes, it's the distinction, to be clear, the distinction is it is not a regularly scheduled meeting of the commission, which occur on Thursdays. So that's the only difference, is it's happening on a day other than a Thursday. That's why you had to adopt it separately.
There was no question that it was going to be open to the public.
Oh, I know. I just want to make
For
sure.
anybody out there listening to us today, there was never a question that it was going to be open to the public. Okay, we are at the order of the day, which is adjournment. Motion to adjourn. Oh, Sue, you got something to say? You're making a motion?
No, I can't make a motion. Thanks for offering. But no, just remember that the close-up webinar is tonight at 7 for anybody who's interested, that U of M close-up webinar on communities of interest. You can tune in.
Okay.
I just want to say real quick, it's very important that we figure out where we're going to go, like, as soon as we can, because it does take a lot of time to schedule these dates and make sure that they're available and make sure we can get there. There's a lot that goes into it. So I'm glad we have a whole meeting set up for it, but I'm sure it would help Edward a lot if we, got this approval as soon as possible.
Well, I don't disagree with that, but Rhonda has a point. And certainly the amount of correspondence that we got this past week shows that it's a very important issue to the populace, especially in the smaller population centers. So there's no need in hurrying this. Okay, all in favor of adjourning, raise your hand.
I got it.
Edward.
Just want to remind people, those are doing public comments at the meetings next week. Please check your state email. Please check your state email so you know about the public comments and the time, as well as your point of contact person. And then once again, I'll be reaching out to you tomorrow if you need any assistance with prepping for your 2 to 3 minute presentation in March. Thank you so much.
Okay, we're adjourned. Sarah, if you're listening, give me a call when we're done, please.
Have a good
Bye,
evening,
everybody.
everybody.